Yo, we're gonna get nothing but silence. Oh, well, let's just dig in. What have we got to lose? Excusez-moi. Should this be allowed on TikTok? Damn. I guess. Alright, let's get this audio tested up. And tap that screen. Test this, test that. It disappears after a while. There it is. Yo. Test. Yeah, that's good. We got audio. Now we got to test the red side. I really should just go back to playing PS3, man. Just don't really hit like that, to be honest with you. There's still a bunch of games I need to play. There you go. Let's make sure all purple app is functioning. It's actually quite hot as well. Probably a bad time to grab a coffee. Huh? We are live on the purple app. Alright. What's up?
Hello, Seth. How are you?
Good, you're becoming a regular, huh?
Yeah, this live is interesting.
I appreciate it. How you doing anyways?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm too old. How old are you is a better question.
What the hell? Don't dodge.
I answered the question.
That didn't answer the question, actually. I didn't ask if you were too old. I asked how old.
Yeah. I prefer to keep a certain level of privacy.
Nah, because I think I know your age already. Because people have said it in chat.
Go on. You tell me though.
Someone said you're like 31.
Yeah, that's not far. That's not far at all.
Okay. You look good for your age.
Oh, what are you trying to say?
I'm joking, I'm sorry.
I'm joking.
So that was a low blow.
How old are you then?
How old do you think I am? Do you even know what I look like?
Possibly, yes.
I'll put a picture up. Let me know how old you think I am.
I don't want to guess your age. Just tell me your age. As long as it's TikTok compliant, you're totally fine to be here.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm 20.
Alright, fair. There you go. That's not terrible.
I think I look my age though.
Probably.
Maybe people tell me I look older. Like people say, some people like without makeup. Nah, no, I don't think it's in a bad way.
Fair. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind, can you help us tap the screen, guys, and get the likes up so we can get some people to debate? And the repost goes a long way as well. But yeah, what are you saying anyways? What did you want to talk about?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't know if you can hear me while I'm... But,
No, I didn't hear you.
I mean, I kind of want to hear, like, your view on why smoking should be banned. Because I remember I came in and I told you, like, my reasoning. But I never actually heard like your like thought process as to why you believe it should be banned.
Yeah, well, in just simple terms, it does more harm than it does good.
So you think like everything that does more harm than good should be banned?
Yeah, it depends. I think the context matters. So I'm not someone that's saying, oh, like anything that's harmful automatically should be banned. Depends on the utility of the thing.
But but like specifically if it does more harm than good. Because if that's like the reasoning as to why you think it should be banned, then like you should be holding that consistently with other things.
It depends. So give me an example of something that I should have the same view about. Where's that?
Like, I'll send you a gift.
Thank you.
Like alcohol.
Yeah, I'm somewhat on the same, somewhat hold the same view. Only thing is, the only thing that's really consistent there is that alcohol is also an intoxicant, but it's a different type of substance, and does have way more application than smoking.
What do you mean?
So you can have alcohol in obviously cleaning for industrial things, in medicines, various other things.
Well, I mean, like in like the consumption of alcohol.
Yeah. So yeah, like
because tobacco is also used for other things other than like smoking, right?
What the hell was that? Oh, that's the game. Yeah, I guess. But can you give an example? I know. Nicotine could be used for other things, but tobacco itself, not necessarily. It depends.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll search it up and wait. Let me do that now quickly.
Sure. But yeah, in general, my view is consistent in terms of psychoactive substances. If they're being used recreationally, then yeah, I'm equally against them. I just have a stronger position on smoking because I know a bit more data about it. We need to get this guy better. Oh my days. We need to get a better build.
Yeah, like tobacco is used for like biopharmaceuticals and vaccines and stuff as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought so, but like I didn't want to like say
it's
it.
Used as what?
Like,
what specifically? What was it?
Well, I'm not sure exactly like which specific vaccines or biopharmaceuticals, but
Folks, just tap that screen. The panel is open. We do not have to talk about the subject that's on the screen. You can talk about absolutely anything you want as long as it's within the parameters of
I feel
terms
like
and conditions.
I feel more strongly about alcohol than smoking. I think for one, the effects of like an alcohol addiction are far worse than the effects of a nicotine addiction, right?
Worse in what kind of way? What's the parameters that you're judging that from?
Yeah, so
shit.
For example, alcohol destroys your body faster than tobacco does. Like, you can people, they can smoke for like 40, 50 years, even their whole lives, live until 90, not get cancer.
I think they're outliers mostly. The people who reach really old age.
Like, unless people are smoking like crazy, which is an outlier. People usually don't smoke like 30 cigarettes a day, right? Like the average person. I think the average person smokes about like 5 to 10. Let me like double check.
I think it's probably more than that. When you start talking about roll up as well, it gets a bit worse. Oops. It's been a while since I actually played this game. What's going on the Red app? How we doing?
Yeah, it's 10 a day, but like say like the individuals who are smoking like 20, 25 a day. That's like an outlier. And like even so, like if we go to, for example, alcohol consumption.
How many units a day?
Not even units a day. I don't even like, the only reason I mentioned like what's it called? Cigarettes a day is because obviously the cases where people end up getting lung cancer in a very short amount of time, they typically smoke far more than the average, right? And the average person doesn't die from nicotine consumption, but
It's not
with a lot
usually,
of
yeah, it's not usually the nicotine itself. It's the scarring of the lungs and the other diseases that develop.
no, but I mean like direct influence from nicotine. People don't die from that usually.
Yeah, not the nicotine itself. No.
Wait. I mean, but obviously the scarring on the lungs is a direct
That's from the
effect
smoking.
from.
The
Yeah,
method.
sure. Yeah, but that's what I mean though. So like even from smoking, right? Say like your average smoker, the average smoker isn't dying because of anything nicotine or smoking related.
I don't know if that's true.
I can search that up. I can give you a source for that in a sec. But for example, with like alcoholism, right? The reason why I feel stronger about it is, for one, due to the way that people act during active addictions. Like the average person gets angry, aggravated. They tend to eat less. They tend to not be, treat people badly.
That's addiction in general, though. That's just general symptoms of addictions.
Not necessarily. That's like a general symptom of like being inebriated, right? Like say I'm smoking. Like do you think the
So your
average like
irritability does go up from tobacco addiction as well.
if you're going through withdrawals, yes, but what's it called? It doesn't irritability. I don't think is like comparable towards like aggression. If we look at like a lot of DV cases.
No, so you're correct, but I would never compare like alcohol to cigarettes in that way. Anyways, I don't think that's a sensible
I'm just
comparison.
saying. Like I feel like your reasoning, like what's it called? You feeling stronger about nicotine.
It's not just nicotine; it's smoking.
Smoking, yeah. Well, you feeling stronger about smoking in general. I feel like it's more rational to feel stronger about alcohol, and that's what I'm explaining, right? Is that even if
I see what you're
at,
saying.
like,
It's just a matter of fact that I have more information about smoking, and it's an issue I care more about based on my life experiences. So it's not that it means that it's less important than alcohol. It's just something I'm interested in more.
It's just something you. Oh, okay. I think I misunderstood. Then that's fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Like if I was to actually go out of my way and study the effects of alcohol, then I'd probably be having a debate about that.
Yeah, I get that. I think as well for me it's more personal because my dad used to be an alcoholic, so it's like first person experience of what like alcohol addiction does to individuals. So yeah, I think like because even if you look at like a lot of DV cases, a lot of DV arrests, they're done when the perpetrator has been inebriated. So it's like I think if there's like a direct like cause for a lot of DV alcohol, then I think it's just gonna be
does
like,
correlate, but so does football correlate to DV.
And people also drink a lot during football.
That too, yeah.
So yeah, so obviously they're drunk, they lose the game, they're angry. They come home and then they beat their wives, right? And because they're like, even if they win, DV rates still
you
go
women
up.
got to choose better. Sorry to say, but you got to choose better.
I agree 100%.
You got to choose better. That's another point.
I completely agree. I think, obviously, I hate to like victim blame because I don't think it's justified, but I do think that a lot of the times being in these situations are like easily avoidable by just like being very selective of the men you pick, right?
Yeah, at least aware that that's a possibility.
And I think as well, like signs that a man could do that to you show very early on. I just believe that a lot of women tend to ignore them.
Possibly, or they're like
100%.
their trauma probably is more than likely attracted to that in the first place.
Possibly as well, yeah. I don't even think it might be like their trauma, but I think a big issue with women is that we are very emotional, and if we love someone, if we see signs or traits that we might not like, I think it's a lot easier for women to just put them to the side or ignore them, or
I think that goes across genders, to be honest with you. I think men are just as willing to ignore red flags.
Yeah, so, I agree actually. Yeah.
I think
It's just
it's across
obviously in different
genders.
aspects. I think it's just more important, I think, for a woman to be aware of these, because
Yeah,
especially as a more vulnerable person in a heterosexual relationship,
that's true.
you have to be more aware.
This is true. But
Yeah.
right, so in terms of the damage that alcohol does to our country, I'm very aware of it. In terms, well, not very, but I'm quite aware of it in terms of our issues with alcoholism historically. They're very, very well documented. I think, right, so let me try and pass this, right? So, yes, the alcohol industry in general is predatory too, but I think the actual model for the tobacco industry is severely more predatory. So from that kind of point of view, we were trying to establish,
Predatory.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know too much about the tobacco industry, but could you educate me on that part?
Well, so
Like,
like
what do you mean by
statistically speaking, now these statistics might also pass to like kids who try alcohol early, but it just depends on the outcomes, right? But was 1.3 billion smokers in the world. 80% of them start smoking before the age of 20. The majority of those are chemically dependent before 18. So like the tobacco industry kind of depends upon getting young people in and keeping them, because one could argue it's not really profitable to be like having 50, 60-year-olds start smoking. It's not, doesn't really make sense for a business model.
Yeah, I did not know that's like that part actually. I think, yeah, that's very weird and predatory. I
And
do
then
agree.
when you start thinking about other drugs as well, like cannabis and stuff like that, it's the debut age is the same. It's between like 9 and 13. So it's kind of rough.
Yeah,
So look,
I
that,
think as well with the way like cannabis is promoted,
oh shit.
it's like some like amazing drug. Like it's not good. It's not bad for you. Like you won't get addicted. Meanwhile, like people don't actually understand that this drug is dangerous. You might not get chemically addicted to the drug because there's nothing inside cannabis that can make you like chemically addicted, right? But there's still side effects such as people
That's not
getting like,
true.
pardon?
That's not true. That's misinformation. So
Really?
the THC, how it interacts with your endocannabinoid system, does have you chemically addicted.
Oh wow. Okay, I
It's
did
not
not
actually
know
true.
that.
It's just misinformation.
Okay, so see, even things like that, I feel like that's also like this, like the stigma around that, and also like this is just coming around like even first-hand experience because I started smoking when I was young, and
We're gonna have to restart the stream. To be fair with you, it's like 2 people. So I don't know what's going on. So we're gonna have to reboot.
okay,
You
yeah,
can
that's
come back
fine.
up though.
Yeah.
Right, give me a minute. I don't know what's going on with the Oh shit! No! 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 Um. TikTok is just moving sluggish recently. Hmm. 0. That's not correct. Start with Firebird. Good, bro. You. Yes, I do remember you, bro. Open panel just means anyone can request up to like come on and speak. You just gotta go to TikTok, and I'll let you on the stage. You can just speak. But it seems we're getting some strange things happening with this TikTok. That's already done. Oh, use a VPN. Wait, you must be using a VPN to use YouTube though. Edit. Why doesn't it want to show the stream to people though is the question. We can't be bothered to do all this. Right, it does a no warning launch, it just starts. Okay, but now how do you... should be a way to repost it now. I'm live, so why no movement? Maybe we got audio issues perhaps, let's see. Is it an audio issue? Let's see. You can hear sound, but it's not very good. Let's see if we can spam it though. So at least try and get to like 1K and then see what happens. Kind of cheesing, but let's see if it works. Oh, there it is. Where's the repost? It doesn't do anything. Oh well. No humanity. Where's my arms? I should have some in there. This doesn't seem to be making much of a difference in terms of it being shared. But I guess at this point all we can really do is just wait and see. What I'll do... Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The spelling, innit? Sugar. Forgot about that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. The text that's on the screen needs to be misspelled. That is why it's not being seen. Damn it. Yeah, that's probably why it's not being seen. Bloody stupid thing, man. Oh well, at least we get to play some Dark Souls in peace. That's fine with me. Let's reboot. Water is not good for consumption. Huh? What do you mean water is not good for consumption? Let's put it like that. Because it's foreign substance entering the body. Are you trolling? Or do you legitimately think that? There we go. A bit more speed now. Fuck. Oh no, it takes so long. No. Get out of the way, bro. How in the hell did I beat this game like this? Surely something's changed since the restart. Or maybe it's just a learning curve again. How did I do it the first time? What was going on? Now, if someone put water into your body into a place where it shouldn't be, then you might have some problems. Just drinking it, you should be totally fine. But yeah, I'll try. Oh no! Armorless as well. Really fun. No, bro! No, bro! All the points are gone! Oh, and the humanity's gone as well. I'm just gonna speed run past this area now. It's pissing me off. Oh my gosh. Oh my days. Alright. Oh, there's that. Yeah, there are really great parts of this game, but if you mess around in the intro too long, you'll never get to it. It's just, oh, piss off. I'm not even gonna make it there. Can you believe it? That run messed up. I forgot about that. Have we got any rings on? Oof, that's slow. I think we could actually do that. No, not on the TikTok end. I'll have to create an audio for it. What's going on, folks? Come on in, tap that like, request up if you'd like. Come on up, bro. Request up, ask away. I don't think we should go through here with this build, but we got nothing to lose now. What isn't? Can't see. Nah, it's not the first playthrough, but it feels like it. It's been a long time. Damn you. I forget how slow it is. Alright, trust me, it might look trash now, but the game gets like peak later on. Like really, really good. And even good soundtrack. But you have to get there. So to request up, you press the little pink and blue man in the bottom. I'll show you with this account here. Test, 1, 2. Yep. So you can request up like that. It'll put you in a little guest box. What's up, Moog? I'm alright, bro. I'm not bad. I'm somewhat neutral, I suppose. I'm not too happy about the way the internet is treating me right now, but other than that, can't complain. How are you? Alright, here comes a dragon. Or demon. There you go. Taurus demon. Oh, I beg we get this first try, it'd be great. No! Missed that shit. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Ah, it's over. One-shotted me. No, well, it's not the actual internet. I just mean the algorithm was algorithmically. I could give a shit what people think and what they're doing on the internet. It's just whether the platform allows us to have a successful stream or not. That's the problem. Thanks for tapping that like. Yeah, it's nothing that could really make me consider the feelings of strangers on the internet in that kind of way. Not to say I would go out of my way to be hurtful, no, I wouldn't. But I still wouldn't go out of my way to give a shit. So, in that way, I mean, it's just an algorithm thing. Get off me. So if you time these attacks right, it does like way more damage. Where is he? Could do with a shield as well. But... Yep. Oh, okay, yeah, humans inventing God. Wait, why have we got so few Estus flasks? Oh, I should have cleared these guys out first. What? He hurt me, but I didn't hurt him. That's bullshit. Go, bro. Go, 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 go. Slow to death. Right. No. What the hell? Yes, I got him that time. Unlock. I'm dead. It's gonna hit me. Yeah. Go, bro. Go, go, go. Drink, boy. Drink! Drink! It's not even that desperate yet. That hurt me and not him. What the hell? Oh my gosh, my timing sucks. Come on. Yeah, that's it. Boo. And that's how you low-key cheese that boss. Is that all the points I got? Mugged. Wait for him to look up. Him to be looking up at you. Well, yeah, it worked out. It all worked out for the best. Gods to explain things that didn't make sense to them. Can you elaborate on that? So my view is that all known gods are psychological constructs and don't exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It's likely it requires somebody to devise a concept of it and impart that concept to you for you to interact with it, or you yourself have to devise a concept of it. Why do I hold that view? Well, it stems from a hypothesis, which is not exclusive to me, but I say it in a specific way. Right? So the first part of God creation, for me, stems back to what's called a hyperactive agency detection device. It's a cognitive theory put together by a guy called Justin Barrett. Basically, it describes how, oh no, the ancestral mind would have assigned agency to elemental or celestial things. But I'm kind of jumping the gun because it's been a while since I spoke about it, right? So the first layer of God creation is humans doing exactly that, assigning agency to elemental or celestial things. Elemental things in the form we're discussing is like tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, etc. Celestial things would be like the sun, the moon, stars, meteor showers, comets, stuff like that. Okay. So what the cognitive theory suggests, the hyperactive agency detection device or hypersensitive agency detection device, is that humans have this evolutionary built-in mechanism which aids in survival. It wasn't traditionally used in the way I'm describing it. Well, it's not thought to be used that way. Yeah, well, I'll get to that anyways. So initially, what HAD is as an acronym is the ancestors or the ancestral mind would have been, let's say, a hypothetical John and Jane would have been out hunting in the woods or the hypothetical jungle. John and Jane both experience external stimuli in the form of auditory and visual stimulation, e.g. they see a bush rustle and they hear it. What their mind does almost instantaneously is assign agency. Agency is just like kind of saying there's a mind or there's something that's thinking, right? There's something acting on its own accord. So the mind subconsciously and instantaneously assigns agency to the bush rustling. So in their world, it would be there's a predator in the bush, right? The bush has like a lion or a saber tooth or something, you know? But it's also possible that the bush itself is alive to them. So the bush itself has agency and there's not a predator in it. That being said, anyways, right? HAD is something we evolutionarily we develop and we still have to today. So what would have happened is the hypothetical John or Jane would have went into fight, flight, or freeze, which is like just basically psychological stuff, right? In that moment where they experience the stimuli. So what happens is if John assigned agency to the bush, John would have immediately taken off running, right, leaving the scene, making a probability higher that he would survive and his genes would survive, or Jane for that matter. But the one of them that freezes is less likely to survive if there in fact is an agent in the bush or the bush itself is alive. So that's where it comes from. How does this play out in our modern time? So imagine you're laying in bed and you hear a bang at the door or something fall down in the hallway or something like that, right? Like a rational mind would be like, oh, there's someone breaking into the house, or one of my family members, or maybe it's the dog that's moving around in the night. The reason you think that instantaneously is because you've assigned agency to the auditory stimuli, the sound of things clanging around. Okay, so we do that as well. Now, a less rational mind in this day and time might say that auditory sound is a ghost or an angel or a wraith or something. Okay. But them doing that in this day and age is the same as what the ancestors would have done. So bringing it back round to like intelligible type of explanation, the first type of gods come from using that hyperactive agency detection device and assigning it to things like hurricanes, storms. And we see this pattern consistent across different cultures throughout history, hence why we've got so many elemental and celestial gods, from the Greek pantheon to the Egyptian pantheon to the invention of Yahweh, which becomes the god of the Bible. They all have like storm and sky gods. It's quite consistent. So anyways, all right. Oh, let's go back and use our points quickly. So that was the first layer of God creations, right, from my point of view, and also from an anthropological point of view. And it also covers the psychology behind why it was done. It was done for survival. You know? So the second layer of God creation is humans assigning agency or producing internally generated abstract concepts and then assigning agency to those concepts. So that we start to see gods embody things like love, war, creation, destruction, things that are abstract and not concrete, like a hurricane or a storm. Okay. And then, why does the human psyche do that? It's to give certainty, to give explanation. That's why the human mind does stuff like that. But the third layer of God creation is taking those first two, agency and abstraction, and then assigning the agent anthropomorphic features. So now we start to see right. So earlier on I kind of jumped a step, right. So the first types of gods would have been more like, say, Greek pantheon, for example. Prior to Zeus, you've got Kronos and some other gods. These are like raw potential gods and elemental. Okay. In the third wave of God creation, you get Zeus, which is a king of gods, god of sky and thunder. So he has these abstract elements, and he also has these elemental elements to his properties. I could really just show you a picture which may help. But anyways, who cares? You don't really care. I don't really care. So anyways, by the time we've reached the third phase, right, we've gone through an evolutionary process of moving from hunting and gathering into polis, civilization, agriculture. So we're creating cities and towns and cults, and which cults go on to become religions. So the reason we start assigning these gods anthropomorphic properties and making them like humans, so they can feel, they can get angry, they can create, they can destroy, they can express abstract things, like from Thor all the way to, Quetzalcoatl. The reason we do that is for societal cohesion, because humans, right, so some clever humans in the past figured out how they were going to be able to construct a society and then maintain order in that society without constantly policing that. They invent an anthropomorphic deity who's always watching. Now this isn't consistent for all cultures, but the civilizations that are the most successful all have anthropomorphic deities. They become the moral arbiters or lawgivers, and they build stories out of those things. Okay, so that's like me not touching on it in great detail, but that's the underlying view of why humans invented God, or how humans invented God. Those three phases. The first, assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. Oh, come on, dude. The second, assigning agency to abstract, internally generated abstract concepts. And the third, giving those abstract and elemental things anthropomorphic features. Right? So the first is done for survival, the second is done for explanation, and the third's done for societal cohesion. It's a lot of yap to say nothing, really. I don't know, exorcism. I don't know enough about existentialism to really say for sure. I don't know. What I was trying to do is use them points before we progress. Ain't even got enough. Yeah, I don't know. But feel free to come up and you can explain the view. Oh, that's dope. So yeah, if you're a philosophy major, you're very more likely to be able to explain this in greater clarity than I could, or in greater depth too. But yeah, I really don't know. Oh. Come on, bro. I need to put on some armor or something. But anyways, it doesn't seem like we have any people who want to actually have a conversation about. Sup? Yeah, I've heard of egregores. I don't think they're real things though. I think it's just like esoteric stuff. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna simplify it in that way, then yeah, I guess that kind of plays into the view on humans creating God. But then, although right, you could hold true. You could say what I'm saying is like anthropomorphically and historically true. It's still possible that there is an entity described like a god that exists independent of us and our invention. But I think it's more probable that all the gods we do currently know about are based on those inventions and not discoveries. But it doesn't rule out the possibility for gods in total. But yeah. What do you mean you don't believe? If you don't like being Muslim, then just don't be Muslim. Like, now, am I saying people shouldn't do hard things or do things that they dislike? No, not necessarily. But if you're talking about something that's going to define your identity, then you should probably have some say in that. If you don't like it, don't do it. Probably, anyways. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Well, truth be told, I don't think. Right, this could come off very like anti-theist, but I don't think many people, if any, have ever really truly been free to discover religious beliefs. Like, they're baked into the societies that they're born into, and the culture you grow up in is gonna likely decide what religion you end up. Anyway, so in a sense, it's like there's an element of coercion already baked in. Now, obviously, you still got atheists and people who manage to escape that cycle and shit, but chances are, if you're a Christian, it's because of your environment. If you're a Muslim, it's because of your environment, so on and so forth. You're like a Zoroastrianist or something. So it's gonna be based on the influence of other people. That's what I'm trying to say. No, so like right, I really don't mind talking to the chat, but I would prefer if you come up and use your voice, because then we could both have a decent back and forth and we could play the game simultaneously as well. But no, I don't know the argument from sincerity or the sincerity argument. I think that what you're speaking to, that fear of God, that also goes back to that same like evolutionary trajectory of God concepts. It's supposed to do that. It's supposed to be the moral arbiter, like the big brother, or the what's it called? The big other. So yeah, it's supposed to do that, but it's whether you buy into it wholeheartedly or not. Alright, safe. I'm not allowed to talk to people about religion. You're cooked. Give me my points back. Right, so the problem is, if you hesitate on this door, you die. Without armor, you'll die. Let's go see a real dragon, shall we? Excuse me. It's funny. Oh, the arrow guys are still there. Beware of treasure. So at the bottom of your screen, there should be a pink and blue person. You press that and it brings you up. Now maybe we have some technical difficulties that I don't know about, but last time I looked, the bottom was there. Let's go see the Praise the Sun guy. Where's Praise the Sun? Where is he? He's there. Praise the Sun. Let's go see him. Debate him. Well, it depends what you want to talk about.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it.
What's up, bro?
I am Soler of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight.
Oh, I don't know if we can, but go for it.
I come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever managed to summon him before. Actually, I don't know.
I get that look all the time.
But I have joined him before.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous, if only I... Oh, hello there. If only...
But it does make him stronger. I think that's consistent across Souls games. I think even in Elden Ring, I think that's the case. All right, here comes this dragon. How are we gonna do this one? He is dead. He's as dead as the guy on the floor. Ah, damn it! It's the dragon. Oh, he's alive! What the what? He's alive. Yeah, it was one of the NPCs. There he is. Alright, if I remember correctly, you can kind of bait him out of it. And he'll like come over. Yeah, but he'll burn you up. I think anyways. I think you can like get him to come down and walk past you. Yeah. There he goes. Friggin' hell. Now we're in trouble. Oh, we're good. Oh, why didn't he pick that up? Annoying. Yeah, I can see the chat, bro. Can debate anything. So what are your views on capital punishment? Hey. Yeah, probably in most circumstances, yeah. UK. But there are people who want it back. Can you explain what that means? That's a scam. Fair. Do you have any views on the that 2-pack case playing out? Neither have I. Cooked. You okay, bro? It's very wheezy. You got asthma. What, this dragon? Yeah. It's my second play, believe it or not. But it has been a while since I played it. Ah. That's sad. There we go. Feels like a rat or something there, isn't it? Yeah, I can't remember. The dragon disappears for a while, doesn't he? He comes back. There you go. Damn it. Yeah, no, it was like last year. It's still going, really. It's just Jesus is Lord of who? What is my stance? I don't know. I think it's nuanced. I don't think what is at the base of all the unrest, if the way you put it, is actually immigration. I think it's more about racism and nationalism. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to try and balance. Oh, we're in this room. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, it's probably likely then. I ain't got no shield, shit. Yeah, playing on PlayStation. Got his ass. I don't think this stream is going to be that kind of stream, to be fair with you, but I do appreciate you coming on. No doubt. Appreciate you, bro. Have a good day. Sound. Alright, let's do that. Maybe I'll go back the other way. Where was the next one? It's up that stairs in the church. Makes more sense to do it to face the dragon. Let's turn the game up maybe. Wait, this shouldn't be possible, should it? Okay. Alright. Let's do it like this. Alright, what was I doing? Yeah, that's it. I can't remember how you draw it out. It does actually come off of the... There he goes. Oh, bro, too soon. Get up. Oh my days. Right, that's what we was waiting for. Yeah, I know, Jam. Just impatient, bro. There he goes. That's it. Go, go, go. Nope, he got me. I deserve that shit. How annoying. We have to go through the wild boar way. I think if we had done it the first time we faced him, he's like a little bit slower and does less damage. But the longer you take, the worse it goes. Some armor would help, but hey, who cares? You? It's gonna end up wasting a humanity. I think is he slow with that? It doesn't seem so. You poor bitch. Oh, it's coming. Damn it. Why do I have so few flasks as well? He's got me. How in the world did he get back so quickly? No way. It will fly onto the bridge instead of spouting fire if you wait. And it will start walking, will it? He spawned back there so fast. What the hell? Alright, if we don't get it right this time, I'll just go the ball way and just work our way back there. Oh, what? That's bullshit. So impatient. So do request up, folks. Any topic at all you want to talk about. You do not have to debate. Like, you can just get opinions on a random topic. And yeah, if you wouldn't mind, share the live so we can actually get some people in there. So it's gonna look. We're fighting against the powers that be to be able to have these kinds of streams, right? So obviously we've got some algorithmic issues, but we've also got a lot of haters that report the stream because they don't want me to have a platform. But that's not going to stop anything, because we're going to still show up. And by showing up, we change the game. So whether you want to be here or not, it's entirely up to you. But I suggest if you do want to be here, and there's some value you get from it, then you should participate. But, I mean, yeah, let's not jump the gun yet. Come on, boy. Why isn't he jumping down? This guy, he's not jumping down. No, we have to go the ball way. It's not triggering. Making him spout fire. So we say just wait. There he goes. I packed to a tip, bro. My stupid impatient ass. I appreciate that. And now he disappears for a while. But there is one good thing about today. There's a new Bleach episode, so that should be interesting. It finally caught up to the movie bit, so we actually should see the Yahabawa fight, or maybe they'll be finishing off that giant, whatever his name is. She's saying that, right? Last week they sprung like what 3 transformations on us in one episode. We're debating whatever you want, bro. How bad Drake's sword is? What do you mean? I don't know if I have any sword like that. I've got a bunch of dumb weapons though that we can't really hold. That would actually get us through this level sufficiently. Let's go test it on this guy. Maybe. That's slow as hell. Oh, what? Nah, this ain't gonna get us through. It's too weak. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. No, I don't think I've ever collected that. I think last time I did like try to cheese him by shooting him with an arrow for ages, but I don't think it worked out. So I don't think I have it. Let's see. Dragon Slayer Great, bro. Nah, I haven't got it. Maybe we'll try and get him this playthrough. Demon Great Machete, Bumbleclaw. Let's see what that looks like. That is a Great Machete. And that's what I was just thinking about, the Captain Zaraki, is it? His transformation this weekend, last week, was pretty crazy, bro. Yeah, the halberd is how I got through the game the first time. Ain't no worries. Let's go test this on this guy. Wait, was there a guy here? Poor slave. Rich. That's slow as hell. But yeah, anyways, if you're watching, do tap the screen and repost. No, this ain't getting out. I'm just gonna use the halberd. It's way better. Or the crystal sword actually, but it does break. That's the only thing. It's so good, but it breaks. See, we can actually get parry in this game. Oops. Come on, bro. Stay out of this, man. Nope, not as good as the halberd. Halberd is a one-shot. Pain Guardian Sword. Don't know anything about that. Honestly, I don't think so, anyways. Nope, I suck. Oh! Come on, dude. One time. The suspense is killing me. Do it. I forget you then. Yeah, I'm not going for this shit. Damn. What is this build quality? It's no quality at all. That's what's build. I'll show you the stats. Let's get rid of that quickly. That's his stats there. They're not great. Hello. What's up, bro? Pause. Say it again. Alright. Do you want to come back up and not say anything creepy? I get what you was trying to say, but the way you said it was a bit yo. Best is probably Claymore. Nah, this is my favorite weapon so far. I thought it sounded like that, but it also sounded like maths. So I just thought, yeah, let's just dodge that. Alright, bro, it's the last chance. Don't say anything crazy, I'm gonna have to block you. Go on. Because I wasn't sure what you was trying to say. It sounded a bit sus. Nah, I'm not great at maths, no. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why? Because it's something that we have to learn. Mandatory. Huh? I don't think I did do trigonometry. No, I don't. Hey, yo. Pick a topic. Do you believe in God? Alright, so give me reasons why I should believe in God. I'm an agnostic atheist. Gay. Do you want to try that again? That's a pause, man. I'm not being funny, but something tells me you're Muslim as well, interestingly. So where's you guys? So what's up, Christian? No, bro, I gave you more than one chance to come up, bro. Be serious. That's too many for me. I think I'll pass on that. Now, I'm not homophobic, but you know, like, I prefer not to be trolled. So, why am I dropping you? Madman. That's funny. Oh, that's not funny. He said he didn't want to masturbate. Oh, God knows when we get into a decent algorithm again, we can actually talk to some sensible people. Jesus Christ. But it's gonna take a little bit of finesse. I should just can't be bothered for right now. I'd rather just play Dark Souls. I guess you could say Elden Ring is multiplayer to an extent, but not really. No, I don't really play multiplayer games like that. I've got Street Fighter. If you want to like jump on Street Fighter, I've even got Tekken, but I don't really play Tekken. Street Fighter, I prefer Street Fighter. So those games, yeah. Saying that, might even play some Street Fighter. It's been a while. I think I may have deleted it though. Yeah, I deleted it. Play it on PS4 though. Well, yeah, like I've always preferred story games. No, that's not to say like they always have a good story, no, but it just makes the experience more immersive. Like, don't get me wrong, there's times when like I played COD and all those types of games, but after a while they just get boring. It's the same stuff. And also, what the hell was that? Ah, Siri. And also, like, at this age where I'm more politically against a lot of those types of games based on what they do, what they're designed to do, so I'm not inclined to actually play them anymore. Yeah, that's what I mean. First person shooters. To be fair, I've been dubious of first person shooters ever since playing like Metal Gear Solid back in the day. That's kind of just, and I've seen how that critique on first person shooters has actually come to life. Right? We actually do live in a world now where the military is hiring game players to pilot drones and kill real people. So that dystopian type of warnings come true. So you know, there's more to it than that, but yeah, you could say the primary argument is really first-person shooters are a part of the military-industrial complex. So should we actually be playing them? Ethically, no. But for enjoyment, I guess, sure, why not? But you should always, I mean, at least if you're gonna actually engage with it, you should be aware of what's going on. Specifically games like Call of Duty. Like prior to Call of Duty, there was something called I think it's America's Army, and a bunch of other games that were like directly produced by American militaries. Now that training data goes somewhere. This is something we've known for a long time. Back in the day, we used to play, what was it called? Medal of Honor. So Medal of Honor was kind of like the go-to war franchise for me, younger. And then Call of Duty came out, like PS3, 360 era. But yeah, it's kind of deep. And if you actually, so there's a video on my channel actually discussing. So there's this case. I forget where it is in America, but basically, the case is surrounding the families. Oh, Uvalde school shooting. That's what it is, right? So the guy who done a school shooting, he basically trained for it via Call of Duty. And the weapon he bought was associated with the game as well. So there's a lot to it. And I know it sounds like, oh, you know, I'm a guy that plays games, so I'm not anti-games. But the reality is, those specific types of games have an influence for a reason. And obviously, he's the obscure minority. Not every kid that's going to play Call of Duty is going to go and shoot stuff up. Obviously not. But there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. Alright, I'll put it like this, right? Since Call of Duty, right, I say since World at War, when there was like a point system based on who you killed, war games stopped being about fun, right? Well, you could say before World at war games stopped being about fun. It started being about simulation. It started being about a vehicle to propagandize kids and men, mostly. So that's why it's a bit dodgy. Now, that being said, I do play a variety of different types of games, and you could also argue games like Dark Souls or the franchise of Souls games have also kind of been co-opted to the darker side of like the ideological iceberg too. So there is a link between these types of games also with certain fringe cultures. But one might argue the difference is what Miyazaki is doing in these games doesn't necessarily embed a political ideology. It's not directly funded by arms manufacturers and militaries. People who are pulling out, say they're doing like a type of metaphorical analysis through these games, or like a metaphorical transmutation through these games. But that could go for people both on the left and the right. But yeah, you get strange things in media, man. Always be mindful of what you're ingesting, why you're ingesting it. Try to keep a critical eye if you can. But anyways, long story short, I'm a bit past first-person shooters just for the sake of playing them. But it doesn't mean you won't see me play a shooting game. Well, yeah, like right. So to be fair with you, right, Manhunt, I think that was one of the more extreme arguments for the early 2000s. I don't actually legitimately think Manhunt would have taught kids how to hunt men. It's possible, again, like the Uvalde shooter, that one out of millions might actually take it upon themselves to try and enact it. But if you think about, yeah, like, so censorship in games is quite ridiculous too. So you've got the whole war against the Sweet Baby Inc. people, and you know, I forget what the other Christian group is. There's a part that's over extreme, right? But in terms of, yeah, it's a lot to unpack really, without being too conspiracy theorish. Yep. I've never played Remnant, but yeah, I think for that era, actually, you could actually substantiate that Grand Theft Auto is significantly worse than Manhunt in terms of influence, even up to now. Same company, pretty much. So, I say that to say, although there's some truth in what Manhunt could have potentially done influence-wise, I think that was an exaggeration for that game. Game was quite shit as well. We're being honest, it was quite shit. Let's try and get there. Oh, piss off, man. So many blunders. I need to put this shit down. I promise you, although I'm making this game look bad as it is right now, there's once you get past a certain area, the game actually opens up and becomes really good. So there's a lot of running back through the same areas if you keep dying, which makes it look boring, but it is good. You son of a bitch. I ain't even got no flasks left as well. Okay. We're actually probably not going to make it inside the church on this run. No health. What the hell? Yeah, possibly. Like, just you could just, if you think about the platform of Grand Theft Auto since GTA 3 onwards, it literally just glamorizes like debauchery, if you want to put it like that, like mafia, corruption, drugs, prostitution, the lot. Anything you could possibly like associate with like the worst part of street culture or gangster culture, it is glorified in Grand Theft Auto. Now, in terms of, again, like who am I to say? Oh no, yeah, you good. Who am I to say which of the millions of people who pick up a copy of any game is going to be poorly influenced? I don't know. It's like they used to say to us as kids, like, oh, you're going to be badly influenced by wrestling. Did we do some stupid wrestling moves on our friends? Absolutely. But did it usually work out for the best? Yeah, like... So it's a... It really depends. But yes, I do think... the ideologies embedded in Grand Theft Auto are more harmful than ideology or the idea in Manhunt. Manhunt's just like, it's like a Saw type of game. But I can almost guarantee Grand Theft Auto is probably responsible for a lot of kids ending up in an ASBO type of jail place. I could almost guarantee it, right? But I say it's hard to say with statistics. I don't know. Well, I don't know you, bro. So maybe you're an outlier.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow.
No, I'm just hungry, bro. What are you talking about?
Going hollow could solve quite a bit. What? Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it. Connected with
I'll take your word for it.
Corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
No, I don't play it online like that. That's why I didn't have any Estus flasks. Didn't have a kindled fire. This little bitch right here.
Hello there. I believe we
I
are
should kill him.
I am Petrus of Thurland.
Yeah, it's the game last.
I prefer to keep a distance, if possible.
I don't know. I don't even know what you would say the definition of an athlete is, to be fair.
That I have requested that we retain
One might argue if there isn't any athleticism, is it? Can you be considered an athlete? I don't know, but esports is definitely a competitive genre of gameplay. That's what I can say. If you think, I forget what's called. So it's the old Street Fighter days, basically. That set the ball rolling for esports as it is now. The things that those people did back then and can do now, there's no doubt about it. They're special, and it's entertaining beyond just playing a game. Put it that way. But I forget what it was. Someone told me. Yeah, someone said like rock climbing is a sport. So by that standard, rock climbing obviously has some athleticism in it, but you don't really think about it as being a competitive sport. One sec. Well, except from the Olympics. Let me just get this guy out of there quickly. No, I'm dead. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, but what was I going to say? So yeah, by that standard, maybe you might consider chess a sport as well then. Board games and shit. Or cards. Blackjack a sport. I don't know. Well, yeah, who's to say? What's up? Welcome back. Nothing happened anyway. You missed nothing. Well, yes, but we didn't talk about anything. So, no. We're in a shit algorithm, so there's not much to be done. But just to endure. Stabbed. Phrasing. Hey, yo. Right, so. I'll take that. We'll wait till we see your gameplay to comment. So have I. Well, so I haven't done that. Yeah, but I only just got it. So. Yeah. Motherfucker. There we go. Actually, there was stuff you could get by going up there. I forgot. You can actually go on top of the building. But yeah, that's not F up. Yeah, everyone says that. Are you talking about original Radon or the consort one? Oh, okay, yeah. Where did he go? Oh no, I got him. You capping, bro. Gassing up your gameplay, then just post your clips then. Post the clips. What? On PS4? Yeah, you can post clips. Yeah. You can just connect it to your Twitch or your YouTube or whatever. Just play directly from it. I don't know. Well, obviously, if you haven't got the whole gameplay recorded, then you can't clip anything. But if you streamed it, then you could just clip away. Hey, I still play PS4. What are you talking about? Decent. You're a twisted kid, ain't you? How can you be a Guts fan? Or a Berserk fan? That's like one of the weirdest animes ever. Well, I'm pretty sure the manga's not going to be much better, is it? So, alright, so give me the deepest part of Berserk then. Why is it deep? Yeah, I know the storyline, but... Oh, the magic guy. Go, yeah, go on. No, what the... What? Nah. It's got stuck on... No, it got stuck in the corner. Look, that's why. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's what I'm saying, bro. So, do you still want to explain why Berserk is deep? Well, Joey, that's when most people switch it off, right? And then you see, oh, the beginning of the season 2 is just got all of these like over sexualized cartoon characters following him around constantly. It's like, what the fuck, what the fuck is going on here? So obviously that's going to be what puts most people off. It's not exactly something that's they switch on the TV to watch. It's like, what the fuck? No shit. The magic guy. Well, you could argue the people who produce that type of content, they didn't have to make it based on that, did they? So there are lots of strange things found in anime, which is the critique is very well deserved. So I've never heard that either. But that's fucked up too. Excuse me. Yeah, but remember he chose to get in the game. So he could have left at any time. He chose to stay in the game. Also, I know, but there was opportunities for him to walk away from the whole thing, but he didn't, right? So it's not like it's poor Guts. Guts chose the life, and that's what comes with it. Say? I think that's a bit over the top, hey guy. That's a bit much, mate. Like, the nature of grape is violent. Okay. Oh, I forgot about them. Oh, so is this you embracing cultural context for the sake of the plot? Is this you embracing cultural context for the sake of the plot? That guy wasn't his actual father though, if I remember correctly. He was just like a stepdad or something. Or just like... Right. Right. I can't remember. Hey, thanks for sharing a live. Hey guy, appreciate that. If anyone else wouldn't mind sharing and tapping it, it goes a long way. I know this subject's a little bit weird, but just made him into a weapon basically. A mercenary is a better way to put it. Yeah, it's... Why? Because Griffith, pretty much the same thing, right? So there's a lot of like kind of fucked up shit underneath it. Invite, please. You're more than welcome to come up. Oh shit. Oh, sorry, I see you. My bad, bro. Yeah, but then at some point he says to him, like, "You belong to me." That's fucked up. Like the whole thing is like psychologically effed. It's like there's not really much redeeming qualities about the whole show, to be honest with you. So what would you say the most like the most philosophical thing that you pull from it is?
I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
Should I mark this guy? It's a pretty bad thing, but I mean, yeah. If the writer had like an overarching reason to put these things in, then yeah. But we haven't really got to that yet. Okay. Well, yeah, so it's also ultra violence, ultra gore, so it kind of leans on that late 70s, early 80s style anyway. A lot of that is for shock factor, but if it builds a story, then good. Well, not good, but yeah. Man, fuck that. That's a waste of time. So you're hoping for a happy end. It's a waste of time. Oh, it's the tail. No, 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 no. Ah! No, bro. One hit, one hit. That's it. Two more. No! No! That was one shot away. What are those? What are those? What's the acronym? Man, they gotta stop making acronyms, bro. It's getting kind of, yeah, yeah, I was about to say it's getting a little bit beyond PG. Well, it started beyond PG, to be honest, but yeah, fucking, here we go. Oh, you shitbag. Hey guys, like, respectfully, like, I understand the angle of the conversation, but just remember, like, TikTok is like a family app, so just try to be a little bit more mindful. Just be that is fanciful, but my concern is I've noticed that elements from the guts, like the mark of sacrifice, have also been linked to certain, you know, like more far right ideologies and groups of people, like tattooing it on themselves and having this. Right, so what's baked inside of this anime primarily is called something called male power fantasy. Right? Male power fantasy. Right, so it's like this view that you're a savior of some kind, and it's just there's a lot to it, right? But anyways, like, people take that kind of ideology out of it, the suffering and all the bad shit in it, and try to bring it into the real world. Like, I've seen many people walking around with mark of sacrifice tattoos on them. Right, so there's I'm not saying everyone who's watched anime or has done that is affiliated with in that kind of way, but there are some interestingly far right leaning people who take that shit very seriously. So that's just an observation. Yeah, but that's a part of it. That's why I was trying to get to what about it exactly is deep to you. That's hella surface. Alright, but it's baked into a larger ideology. I can't necessarily articulate it or encapsulate it right now, but it's worth investigating to anyone that's listening. Wait till you start seeing black pill and fucking far right iceberg and shit like that. And you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense why you would put that on your body. Is what you intend for the future coming. Can't want to be incel. That'd be self-defeating definition. That'd be voluntary. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's the whole red pill movement. Men go their own way. All that shit. It's far right. This is purity, yeah. This is typical. Right, so what you're pointing to, you'll find that in any group, that whole like we must purify the group, we must purify the ideology. You'll find that far left, far right, Nazism, church, anywhere, any group there is, where there's like a pillar or an identity. You'll find people fighting to possess like the exclusivity of the identity. That's a fact. But in a space like that would push people to do the more extreme things. For instance, in those spaces, there's also this, you could call it a phenomena of men, not just gooning for goon's sake, if that's the way you put it like these days, but they're actively doing like it's basically violence, it's basically sexual assault. They'll go out and they'll masturbate on a woman in public without her knowing. That's like an extension of that same world, right? And it links into like a lot of the mask up. It's a gateway. That's all I'm saying, right? Okay. Yeah. But no, but this is the thing. It's like they don't actually have the balls. It's like an expression of I'm freer than you, but I'm also deeper. I am this thing more than you're this thing. It's there's a guy called Julian who explains it really well, and it's like it's the performance to the other. There's a lot, right, and I'm not saying what I mean, right, but. To an extent, yes, I can understand that. Oh, the first hit. No, but both, right, so both things can work at the same time, right? A man could still have that same view about not giving a damn, and still do well with ladies, right? So they're not necessarily, put it this way, that view of like I can do anything I want because I'm not looking for female validation could lead to some extreme and dangerous things, right? And at the same time, I'm not saying that a man should operate purely for female validation either, because that can also lead to some extreme and weird things. But it's something to be mindful of. That's what I'm saying. All right. Kind of, yeah, true, but so if there's a deeper critique, then fine. But it's just it's still it's too. You could say maybe it's too visceral. Is that the right way to say it? It's just a bit much. Nah, I think that's a cope argument. When people are consuming this anime, they're not viewing it as like a historically or like a historical fiction. They're viewing it as a fantasy. It's a fantasy genre. It absolutely is a dark fantasy genre. They're not viewing it as like a historical fiction. These aren't real places. They aren't real people. They aren't real events. So that's a cope argument. No, the genre is fantasy. Right, that whole genre, like that goes on to like He-Man and Vampire Hunter D, like Violence Jack, even you could say Akira. All of the whole genre of anime truly is fantasy. But when you start talking about swords and shields, shields and magic, it is the genre of fantasy, dark fantasy specifically. Oh no, that's not what I'm indicating now. I mean the genre. Well, no, some people might. I don't fucking know, but that's what the genre is. So yeah, the people aren't reading or watching Berserk thinking, oh, this is historically accurate, or that this is historical fiction. No, they know it's fantasy. And there's demons and swords and shit. So, yeah, I think that's bullshit. Although there's truth to it, I think that's a bullshit cope in terms of how anime and manga is produced. I think I can't remember exactly what is it called, Mangakan or something like that. I can't remember what it is, right? But there is a certain section of Japanese anime which is really geared around like it's just basically pornography, but just in anime. So I think that's more likely the reason why it's in there than not. If you was to watch what's now considered, I think it's called vintage anime, nearly every one of those movies has a sex scene in it or a grape scene in it, in comparison to everything that came 90s onwards. You know, so I think Berserk is just a product of that time and that culture, in all honesty. Damn it. It's because I'm trying to do like talk and play and think at the same time, so as you could see by my helmet, I've slain this guy already. But you're gone. Hey? No, no, I'm legitimately just getting my ass back. That's all it was. Well, I guess you could say that. But yes, drop that. Don't know, dropped. This is Dark Souls. Yeah, pretty much. It's very on theme considering the last half an hour. Being shy. So being shy, but primarily. You could say, yeah, initially when you first play, you would have low health, but I think the game, the enemies scale up as you level up as well. So like these low level guys would be tougher on the second play or via more levels you get. But the initial idea is to go through the game without dying, because when you die, everything respawns. So it's the whole, again, like philosophy that comes out of it is get good. That's kind of like the whole thing. But yeah, I'm trying not to lose my loot. But this is me we're talking about. So loot is lost. Well, points wise, yes, but some items you can keep. For instance, in this one, it's got a mechanic of humanity. So you see my guy, he's dead, he's undead. So being in this state gives him a debuff. So when I give him his humanity back, he becomes a normal human. But you know, he can die again, right? And he kind of gets a little bit of an upgrade. But yeah, it's just an interesting genre in terms of like action RPG. If this was like a turn-based game, then yeah, no chance will I be playing it. But since there's a chance to fight back, that's why I play it. I can, I'm just not good. like the first fight, if you remember while you guys were chatting, I was one hit away from clearing the whole thing. It's one of those things. It's gotta get good. Well, I was trying to dodge. It's mid-attack. Initially, I think it's on both, I think. This is a remake of a PS3 game, I want to say. Damn you! Right into it. I don't look right. People have their own agendas and things that they want to do while they're on this app, right? So everyone is on this app for their own reasons. So I'll put it like that. But yeah, some people will do well to think about the long game, though. That's what I would say. But that's just another type of commentary. I think it's trash. Like that was the initial contention. I think it's trash based on those over-sexualized elements of it. It didn't have to be that way. No, you could have a kind of gory anime if you're really into that shit. But that's why I was trying to ask her what is actually deep about it. Like, so if you watch an anime like Monster, you can say, oh yeah, this has some philosophical substance to it. If you watch an anime like Ergo Proxy, also philosophical substance. But I don't really see what you get out of Berserk in that kind of way. Alright. It's clear. We're locked in for a session today anyways, so run it. Damn you. Oh my. Alright, we may need to go see Blacksmith in a minute. Approach it from that direction. Becoming human might help this fight as well, but I think we'll get it down. I think the primary weak spot for these guys is the tail, so as long as you cannot get hit straight away. There we go. Let me hit your tail, bro. Oh, I'm out. The roads are cooked. One, two more. That was like one of the things that shocked me the first time I played this. It's like, no, I just finished fighting one guy and I've got two more. But they're not actually that bad. Ah, greed. Greed! Alright, where's your last one? Oh, it was just two. I swear it was three. No, not so bad. See, it's not that bad when there's no yapping. I swear it was three. Must have imagined it. What's up? How you doing, bro? There should be a guy up here. Maybe he's at the base. Oh, here we go. He'll appear now. What we need is to be among the bright people. There's no slide down either. It's punk.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Careed, the punk. Thou appearest to lack faith. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sins might be.
Right, as long as we don't hit Andre, we should be good. We shouldn't need him. Right, be right back.
It is only human to commit a sin.
Right, let's check the sound out again. We've got sound there.
Greetings, and welcome back. I am pleased to see thee preserving thine humanity.
Right. That's massive. Who the? No. How's that then? No. That could be why. Alright, let's go. Put in a different block. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
Can't remember what else changes after you ring the bell. Let's do it. I'm not sure how long we've been on, maybe coming up 3 hours. But we'll do this last test run and then we'll move. That gold guy is going to be a problem later if we leave him, but we've already got that ring off him, so we don't really need it. Oh. Huh, that's a good point actually. Oh, all this time I didn't know you could do that. Oh, well. Oh, some people think that is true, Alana. Some people think that's how it happened. There's even people who interpret the whole Bible through that lens that has something to do with magic mushrooms. I don't really get it though.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astoran. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
No, there's no evidence Jesus is the Son of God. What are you talking about? You can request up and explain this evidence to me, but as far as I'm aware, there is no evidence of that. It's just things people believe.
Mighty sturdy indeed.
So you lying to me, boy.
If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. You can ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you. So pay them a little respect, eh?
Oh, so it does take stuff away after the first run. But I should be able to repair something.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
I'm already hollow. No, the Bible can't justify that either, bro. It's just to cope. Stuff that you believe. It's not true, though. So in fact, there's Christians that think bloody have different views on what Jesus is, whether he's the Son of God, whether he is God. So it's not even consistent in your own country. Country is funny. In your own community. Slice. Ah, he's sneaky. How's he glitched up like that? Ah, endurance. Almost. Oh, what? That wasn't even an attack. How did that do damage? Move up. We can't exactly bank that, but we can get Nestus back.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged? I'll be seeing you then. Be careful out there.
Yeah, I would give him back his humanity, but we're gonna walk straight into the forest, get killed straight away. So it's kind of a waste, but just for fun. Okay. Oh, Okay. What was that then? So it's allowable, huh? Didn't change the thing though. Oh, this is new. That is new. Ah, that explains that too.
But the issue isn't that they're mad. They're not mad at me for something I've done. They're mad that we have political differences that I've expressed. And instead of just addressing it, it's either ignore, omit, marginalize, take pot shots at. And then my last note here, why is this not a Black August call for solidarity with anti-colonial struggles? The slick references the slick references are Obama-esque in their allusions to Black August politics. So all those references to anti-imperialism and political prisoners, in the context of a letter like this, they read like when Barack Obama used to make those allusions.
Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. No, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
This guy has like a creepy kind of
Still closed.
I forget what they call it. It's something you have to play out.
To dreams deferred and preachers in Atlanta and you know all the little things that people who are supposed.
What do you mean, Zane? What's that, Zano? What do you mean? How did animals get here? The same way as everything else. What kind of question is that? Or how about actually you explain to me how animals got here? Why not? Till then, I'm gonna listen to some YouTube.
Without him having to say it. So if you're already in the leftist camp and in the political prisoner, activist, academic, abolitionist community or whatever, you know, you get you're meant to get that alluded point, that implied point, and be good with that, and not recognize that this is not an overt call for solidarity with political prisoners on the basis of Black August politics while condemning the actual criminals, colonial criminals, imperialist criminals. It's so all right, folks. Let me what to this undefeated chat space. Feel free to recycle any comments, questions, queries, conundrums, catechisms, cacophony, calumny, consternation, contemplation.
God damn. How did they get there?
Gabriel Rocket indicated. I don't know. Maybe. It does give Obama. No call back to George Jackson putting this out on the anniversary of his assassination is mad just yo. That's why you all are undefeated. I'm not gonna lie. Bull City. Not Bully City. Bull City. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit mad I didn't catch that myself. I'm not gonna lie. That George Jackson assassination Eve is that's
Now listen!
I'm mad. I feel like, Jared, you should have. Well, good for you, Bull City.
No.
Yeah, we live in some wild times. The KRS and Angela Davis.
Oh shit.
Oh man. Yeah, yeah, please. So yes. So when Lath responds, please, if you.
Let's. Yeah, so if you're wondering why I'm listening to YouTube, because I ain't speaking to nobody, ain't nobody to speak to, so I'd rather listen to some YouTube than sit here in silence.
The Atheist Debates Patreon Project presents updated thoughts on moral realism. Hey everybody, I hope you're doing well. My name's Matt Dillahunty. For those of you who do, thanks for supporting me. Patreon.com/atheistdebates. It's also down here. And you can like and subscribe on YouTube. So recently, I sat down with my friend, allegedly Ian, who had convinced me of an objective moral foundation. This prompted a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions, and some follow-ups from me as well. So I'm going to give an update. This will continue, by the way, to be revised in other videos that I do as people ask more questions and express confusion, or as I refine how I talk about stuff. So I figured today, on my own, without Ian, I would talk a little bit about what my previous view was, what my current view was, how they differ and why, and what this isn't. And I'll try and make it as brief as reasonably possible. Many years ago, I was advocating for a version of consequentialism, and I still kind of am. As a matter of fact, Sam Harris and I were advocating for very similar versions. I toured around giving a lecture. It's one of the only lectures I did multiple times, called The Superiority of Secular Morality. And apart from maybe one or two minor little things in there, I still stand by, as far as I know, the positions that I held in there. When Sam wrote The Moral Landscape, it was close enough to what I was talking about, and what I had been describing without the language of well-being, he described with well-being, and I thought that was a better term, actually, and because there was a book out there, it was easier to point to Sam's book than to keep giving the same lecture that, honestly, was... I don't like giving the same lecture. But the core of it, from my position, was how you could build a moral system based on simple overlapping presuppositions. Things like life is generally preferable to death, health is generally preferable to suffering, etc. I also addressed when those come in conflict. For example, if my quality of life is so bad, it may be the case that in this situation, death is preferable to life. I also talked about how you could begin with the opposite positions, like start with death is preferable to life, and see how far that gets you. Well, you don't have
Holy
to
shit!
You could do a thought experiment. If we begin with death is preferable to life, we end up going extinct. And so you can do some thought experiments to get some of those. You could begin with those opposite positions, see what kind of world it is, and you could adjust it, because one of the key principles of secular moral systems are that they aren't written in stone. They are very much a refinable path.
Okay, that's what I should have been doing the whole time.
At the end of the day, all of it was contingent, though, on whether or not you desired a system founded on well-being. What if you preferred something else? What if you wanted to call it something else? Like reducing harm, reducing suffering. What if you wanted a moral system that didn't care about well-being at all, but cared about some other thing? And I had to acknowledge that I couldn't come up with any imperative, not in any cosmic sense, to value well-being, but that we all, or most all of us, seem to value it. And it didn't make much sense to me, or much difference to me, because I'm talking about well-being, and you either value the well-being that I'm talking about, or you don't. And whether you consider it morality is something I didn't really care about at all. Like, I don't care about the label. I do care about well-being. I still care about well-being. There's nothing about my previous position that in any way has changed the things that I value. This is about the justification. So when I would say, there's no objective justification for valuing well-being, so if you don't, you don't. I'm only talking to the people who do value well-being. I'd love to know why you don't value well-being, but, we can go from there. What has changed? Well, because of several different sources that I'd been reading, eventually one day after an episode of the show, Ian and I were sitting there, and he mentioned that he wanted to talk to me about something. So clearly he'd heard me talk about this before. And I think it took maybe 5 or 10 minutes of just kind of talking before something clicked in my head. And I was just like, yeah, that's fine. I'm on board with that. And the thing that he was arguing for is that there is an objective justification to value well-being.
So the thing that I've been saying there wasn't an objective justification for, value and well-being, Ian was making the case that there was. I'm going to say at the beginning, and I'll probably say again later, I have no idea if what I'm about to describe counts as moral realism to you, or you, or you, or anybody else, and I don't care. In much the same way that if you don't think well-being is morality, I wasn't concerned, you know, I'd love to hear what your version was or whatever, but so I'm not saying, and in fact I don't think prior to today you've actually heard me refer to this as moral realism, just that I think there are in fact objective moral values. So why should we value well-being? Why ought we value well-being? Well, because it's a necessary component of all moral systems, including the ones that oppose well-being. So to hold and advocate for any moral view, one must have the ability to value things and the ability to enforce those values. I don't think that's particularly contentious. You can't have a moral system and you can't advocate for a moral system if you do not have the ability to value things and the ability to seek to enforce those things. I find the most important value...
Oh. What? Why has he got so much reach?
I must have, even if my most important value was destroying well-being, I still must have the ability to value that. So I must value well-being.
You got me.
Even if my
Fuck.
goal is to destroy well-being. It's just a function of a mind being capable of reaching and expressing that particular thought to others. And I must be advocating for this ability on behalf of that value. So what if, and this was one of the most common questions that came up, which honestly just, it seems strange to me, but I want to try to address it. What if I only want the right for myself? What if I think the most moral system is the one where I have the ability to have a value and act upon it, but nobody else does? Well, this is where we distinguish.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet base 44.
Yeah.
Your view from an actual moral system, which requires multiple participants. My view is that there is no moral evaluation if there is only one agent, only one person. I'll have to use that colloquially. Because morality is about evaluating the consequences of the interactions between, we'll stick with people. If you're alone, nothing you can do could reasonably be called moral or immoral. When you evaluate the consequences of your actions, they evaluate with respect to their impact on you and others. But others is the key. If no minds in the entire universe exist but mine, is there anything that I could do to myself or anyone else that would be considered either moral or immoral? My view is that no, I don't understand any definition of moral that does not involve the interactions between thinking beings. When you evaluate the consequences of your actions, you evaluate them with respect to their impact on others. Once you recognize that morality must relate to the consequences of actions on the entire set of agents that are impacted by those actions, that's the next step. You then begin to address which agents, singular or plural, view or views, ought to be accepted. And that's what we seem to be constantly battling about. There's no battle on whose view is right if there's only one view. It would be silly if I was the only mind left for me to be having moral debates with myself and judging myself. None of it makes any sense. But for the set of agents that are involved, the set of participants who are going to be either
I swear he did this video already.
Or potentially impacted by this action and similar actions, that's the type of thing that we're evaluating in a more general sense. If your view is that you're always right, and my view is that you're sometimes right, that puts me in the position of being willing to be convinced, but you're still a wall. This is where we get to principles of fairness and things like John Rawls' Veil of Ignorance, where you design the system that you're going to be willing to be a part of without knowing which part you're going to play. It's not just a matter of, okay, is your system going to allow slavery? And while that is certainly a moral issue and value, it's one that's often used as a big example. Are you going to allow slavery in your system? Remember, you might come in as a slave, as a slaver, or as someone who's neither, but should you allow it? And this notion can be extended to something beyond should we allow slavery by just doing, should the system prioritize all of Joe's positions? And would you still advocate for that, not knowing if you were going to be Joe? That removes the bias out of it. And the reason we do that is because we recognize that the bias necessarily leads to the problematic corruption. We've already handled these things. So for there to be any moral system, there must, first of all, there must be, I think it's fair to say that it is objectively true that morality necessarily requires multiple agents interacting and comparing the consequences of actions with what they value, whether those values are shared or not. I think it's fair to say that it is objectively true that via the Veil of Ignorance and any path that would lead to ultimately fewer than two agents, no moral system may prioritize a view that can lead to one or fewer participants. And I'm simplifying the number here for clarity. Obviously, if you get one position to eliminate everybody else. in order for any participant to have a moral view, they must have a functioning mind. That just makes sense. Sorry. I hate saying things like, oh, that just makes sense, or that's just obvious. I always like to try to give an example. And so a rock doesn't have morality. It doesn't care about morality. It doesn't have values. Minds do. And so there must be a functioning mind, which means the well-being of that mind is a necessary component for it to hold a view and to be able to seek and strive to implement that view. Even if your preferred morality, or the thing you would consider moral good or preference, was the extinction of all life, you would still require the well-being to both hold that view and to seek to strive for its implementation. There are a number of positions that are derived from thought experiments like Rawlsville of ignorance that extend from this. But how much well-being do I need? I don't know. How much do I need to be able to think of a moral position and work to implement it? I don't know. I know I can right now, and I know some people who can't, and I certainly would recognize at a minimum that dead people and imprisoned people and unwell people who have no hope of ever reaching a position where they can...
Silas, we ain't even got started yet,
so
mate.
while we may not know the precise limits, we can begin to see that some principles work in favor of that
I put
process
it to you like
of
that.
moral thought.
We've not even got
Now, I
started.
previously noted that secular morality has the benefit of striving to get better at getting better. And if you find that some of your precepts don't lead to a better world, you can change them. All I've done in changing my position is to note that apparently there is an objective requirement to value well-being. The very thing that I said there wasn't before, that's what I'm saying. It seems that there is. Even if it's just so that you could oppose well-being, you would still need the well-being to value and work towards opposing well-being after that. It's a little like in logic where you would have to... We may not be able to demonstrate that logic is inviolate.
No! No way!
But you would have to assume that it's reliable to ever show that it wasn't reliable, and that leads to absurdity. And so at a minimum, I'm trying to avoid what I would say is moral absurdity.
Not off the top of my head, Silas, no.
For morality,
It would depend. It would depend what that thing might be.
But me. Okay, I would make arguments based on the above, but that leads to moral absurdity. There's an inescapable contradiction at the foundation. And it's something that I think Sam maybe pointed out, saying that, of course you're going to care about well-being. And I went, there's no moral imperative to care about well-being, but that's what I care about. If that's no morality, don't worry about it.
You want to know about public liability insurance? You're doing a job at Fat Sal's jewellery shop. You turn around a bit too sharpish.
There's not an... this doesn't mean that there's necessarily a list of objective...
I'm going to use a bow and arrow for this fight.
X is good, X is bad, but these foundational principles may well lead to those. In the same way that logic is the...
What the...
Logical syllogisms and set theory are the foundation in some sense of mathematics, which there are things that are deductively reached from those, and then you get into science, which is going to be more inductive reasoning. My moral view is still situational, not absolute. I did not change to an absolute morality. People often confuse objective morality and absolute morality. I'm not advocating for moral absolutes. I'm advocating for objective moral foundations and situational evaluations. You have to evaluate each situation, because we're still at what I said at the beginning of my old presentation.
So still,
if you begin with life as
still cultural relativism then.
Life may decay so much that death might become preferable to life in a specific situation. So my moral view is still situational and absolute. My moral view is even more strongly grounded in well-being, because now it's not just a matter of saying, I care about well-being, and if you don't want to call that morality, that's fine. I'm saying I care about well-being, and I'm convinced that it is an objective requirement of anything anyone is trying to call morality. I've just moved from saying there is no imperative to care about well-being to there is an imperative to care about well-being, even if you were to oppose it, because no moral position, including ones that oppose it, can be held or defended without it. I don't know if that makes me moral, just like I said earlier, and I don't care. I'm not as concerned about the label as I am about the concept. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I think someone out there will argue both ways. But all I've done is recognize that there is, in fact, an objectively necessary requirement to value a form of well-being in order to support any moral system. I will move to the next round of questions and to revising more of my thoughts on this. A lot of people took it to mean something I don't think it meant, and so I want to make sure I got one good clarification out first. So, take care.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, it's Dark Souls 1. I think that's funny enough, after what we finished and listened to that, I think it's subjective whether you decide they're valuable or not. And one could also argue Jesus was basically just teaching you Judaism, so it wasn't like any radical type of update. It's just teaching you Judaism. Alright, there's that. Right. You're entitled to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. Oh. Alright, we can't do this fight without bow and arrow, I think. That's the only way you can beat this enemy. Is it worth trying now or running back? To go back. Nah, I ain't got the dragon tail. Oh, there's that too, right? I don't think the New Testament telling of Jesus is a real person. I think they're mixing up bits and pieces of other people's stories to create like a mythological person that serves as like a, I don't know, like a moral storyteller or whatever. How you want to put that? But yeah, like, look, my thing is not to get too caught up in people's holy books. I think holy books are completely secondary to God concepts and whether God exists or not. You could have a religion and a holy text and there not be gods. You could have a god and there not be religious or holy text. So they don't, like, you know, it's not necessarily the same conversation. Religion is secondary. Alright, so what do I want to do? Oh, yep, dead. Ah, so slow. I don't know where he was. But I do at least think it's significantly unlikely that Jesus, as talked about, existed as a son of God or God himself or resurrected or was born special or walked on water. I think all of that is just mythology, in all honesty. I think it's I don't even think Christians themselves have evidence for those claims. They're just things they believe. So beyond that, I wouldn't take it that seriously. Oh yes, there's lots of people. Right, to say just not being able to see something means it doesn't exist isn't actually accurate. It's not correct to say that. There's a bunch of abstract things that don't have a physical space or a physical reality which do exist. Maths, logic, all these kinds of things, they exist, right? They just don't take up physical space. But in terms of like supernatural claims, yeah, those kinds of things remain to be proven to exist beyond just the idea. Well, I think human history points that there's too many I don't know if you want to call it synchronicities with mythological stories. So you've got do you know, it's been quite a while. I've probably just open up a folder and just start looking at notes again, but you've got various other deities who existed before Jesus around the same time who have similar properties in terms of rebirth stories, resurrection, immaculate conception, doing miracles such as walking on water, wine, all these kinds of things. Mythos is common in human history. Like we culture to culture, region to region, people develop stories to explain things that they don't have explanations for, or to pass on ideals. So I don't think it'd be unlikely at all. Whereas trying to prove that there is a supernatural thing while being part of the natural world is a different conversation. No, I don't think that is a case, right? That's what I'm saying. There isn't a what if. That's the problem. If you're to grant that what if, then you may as well grant it for Shiva. You may as well grant it for Horus. You may as well grant it for Zeus, Ashura, any god. Why exclusively for this quite recent history iteration of it? If you're going to leave that possibility, then leave the possibility for all of them, I say. Some even appear to be more likely than Jesus and God of the Bible. Then again, if you look at it from a somewhat historic point of view, the God of the Bible has a clear genealogy of its inception. Right? Didn't start out that way. It was morphed into that culturally. So then to come along afterwards and plug Jesus into the story, it's quite obviously mythology, from my view, anyways. No, prophecy is just a prediction, and how you interpret that prediction is down to hermeneutics. There's no prophecy that is legitimately word for word completed. It's just interpreted that way. What's up, Kurt? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, right? So what you're pointing to is the manuscripts that basically make up the Bible that people have just copied time and time and time again. That doesn't add it. Like, for instance, there's probably hundreds of essays out in the world about the source material of Harry Potter, but does that add credibility or veracity to the existence of Harry Potter in our real world? Right. There aren't that many documents attesting to, right? So put it this way: there are no contemporary documents for Jesus outside of the Bible, as far as I'm aware. Okay, if you have some, then feel free to present them. But I don't think there are any contemporaries. Most of the people are writing about what they've been told, or they're writing after the events themselves. So most of the time it's what they've been told. Have you heard the Christians praising the demiurge? No, not necessarily. There are some, I forget what they call themselves now. They're weirdos anyways. But yeah, like, I forget what they call themselves. Gnostics. Right, yeah. How do Gnostics know anything? So crazy. Oh my gosh, man. I'm actually gonna have to get back into this shit. It's a mess.
Expected something like
I would much rather talk about politics and sociology, and like more like continental philosophical ideas. But it's necessary to go back to basics, I guess, and just work back up. Look, I think, right, from what I know now, right, there are, I forget what they call that guy, but there was another guy called Jesus, right? And his teachings and views are baked into the story. But there was also potentially a guy called Yeshua, like a Judaic priest. So like Christians like to lean on the existence of that man to support the mythological Jesus, but they're not necessarily the same person. The Yeshua guy has a probability of existing, but existing as a guy born from Immaculate Conception, being God himself or God incarnated, doing magic / miracles, those things aren't provable. But just the existence of a guy called Yeshua is somewhat provable, right, as far as I'm aware. But again, this is like, it's like sleight of hand trickery. Like they're showing you this like normal human being and saying, no, this normal human being is also this mystical magical guy, which there's no evidence that is the case. Well, I don't know, right? The demiurge, from what I remember, it's like some evil thing born of, was it Sevilla or something like that? And it thinks of itself as a god, a creator. So yeah, I guess again, like why I say it's funny, because how did the Gnostics know any of that is true? That's the problem, right? And then yeah, so if the Gnostics are right about their story, then yes, it's possible that the god that Christians are praying to is the demiurge. Right? It's quite possible. There are people who think the god that the Christians are praying to is Satan as well. So it's a bunch of like weirdos and cults. That's really what it boils down to. Now, are there some good ideas or like things you can abstract? Yes, there are, but primarily most of it's weirdo bullshit. With all due respect, whether you're Jewish, Christian, Muslim, whatever, a lot of it is nonsense. Look, right, so like one of the last things when I was consistently talking about this subject, which I found quite funny, is that if the virgin birth is to be believed, then Jesus must biologically be a woman. There isn't any second DNA for him to borrow a chromosome from his dad or whatever. Like, obviously Christians would be like, well, like God could do anything. Obviously God could do anything because it's convenient, like he's maximally powerful to them. Right? But in a real world point of view, if a woman was to have a baby, right, without a father, without the donor's DNA, that baby, like chromosomally, if you put it like that, or DNA wise, would be a clone of the mother. It's like in there's some animals that do this. I forget what they call it, but there's some animals that produce clones of themselves, so they're not actually their children. It's biologically them. So even if you were to take that seriously and say, yeah, Mary was a virgin and did have a baby, that baby would technically be a woman. Right? Even though it might present as a man, it would technically be Mary. It would be a clone. So I don't know what you want to do with that, right? As funny as it sounds, I don't have to add you. You can add yourself, bro. Just request. Yeah, I agree. Everything has energy, but what is the relevance of that? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the escape hatch always, right? So if you're gonna say, oh, you live it in the supernatural, then why are you, as a natural being, talking anything about the supernatural in the first place? How old are you? Chatting shit. How old are you? You're too young to be here, bro. Oh, they changed us up. Yeah, you're too young to be on, man. You gotta drop. I'm gonna drop you, but once it loads up. You gotta be over 18 to be on the stream, man. But yeah, you wouldn't say that's convenient solace. Like this is the problem. Like the Christian God, or let's just say the Abrahamic God, is just like he's like the ultimate superhero. Like he's like Superman. Like whenever, sorry, we develop a concept of Superman. These are the characteristics he's gonna have specifically. Like, but then in the world of Superman, we create an adversary and we create all of these trials and tribulations in every episode for Superman to overcome. So every time we throw up something, right, and we say, oh, let's test the concept of Superman against this, we can write in a loophole for Superman to defeat that thing, in the same way we can just write in a loophole for God to defeat that thing, or Jesus, or plug in favorite prophet here, right? It's the same kind of thinking. It's like every time you try to hold it to a standard, the believer's mind will just move the goalpost. So it's possible. It's impossible. Right. So again, it's been a long time since I thought about this, but I think it's Tacitus is writing after the fact, right? So he's reporting what he's been told, and Joseph's specific line about Jesus is believed to be a forgery. So do with that what you will. It looks like it, Soloto. It looks like we're gonna have to start from the bottom and work our way back to where we was. Well, even for me, I would have to do some revision and think about some of these fucking typical bullshit arguments again. But it seems to be the way. Suave, what makes you think that? Superman doesn't cause immense torture and suffering though. Well, you could say he does by the byproduct of him fighting villains. So you could say he does. Like, you know, like the Marvel jokes, like living in the city with the Avengers. Like they just be breaking shit. So I guess unintentionally he does. And then you got to think in that canon, or in that kind of world, you got Zod who follows him to Earth, and by virtue of Superman being there, problems occur. Then you've got Darkseid, who's looking for the anti-life equation. By virtue of Superman being there's going to be problems. So he Loki does cause problems. Yeah, all right. So here's the problem with that, Silas. Right, you're quoting somebody who's purported or reported to be one of the writers of the Bible anyway. So that's not a source outside. That doesn't count as a contemporary in that sense. Paul is contributing to the actual official canon, if he even existed. So that's that. Right, so, well, look, I've got some views on Elden Ring and Elden Ring's world building. I think Elden Ring does have interesting critique on mythology or theology, it definitely does. There's also esoteric things there I would agree to, but the view on Christianity is a misinformed view, right? I don't know when I'll get round to it, but I'll just press upload on the video eventually, right? But a lot of people who claim Elden Ring is about Christianity are reading their beliefs into the game, okay? Or the small pieces they look at, they just have like a cognitive bias when they look at all of the competing evidence against it. So they'll cite things like the site of grace, like the Statue of America and shit, then completely forgetting what America and was it Rodan? No, is it Rodan? I forget the other one. Her counterpart represent in the game. The actual god of the game is the greater will, but he doesn't appear in the game. So what you're looking at is a bunch of demiurges, a bunch of demons essentially, running around playing God. So if that is the critique you want to take for Christianity, sure, you should be obliged to think that, because is it more likely that there are a bunch of false gods that people believe on earth than not? Yes. So no, that's not actually true, right? So like you just finished listening to Matt Dillahunty say, right, there are moral systems that exist independently of look, I put it to like this, right? If you need Jesus to keep you morally accountable, then one could argue you've got one of the weakest ethical systems that there is. You're leaning on something like divine command theory, and even in the Bible, divine command theory doesn't hold up. God literally tells the Jews to go and slaughter the Amalekites. Okay? He also says, like, take these children as your brides, essentially, right? The virgins, all this kind of shit. So that doesn't hold up in terms of keeping you morally accountable. I just explained why. Like, I'm not going to go through pulling up screenshots on like various different platforms, but you can go look up the Bible verse for yourself. No, so Suave, you're right? George R.R. Martin, he himself, I believe, is an atheist, right? So within his writing, it is a polemic on theology itself, on the way he builds worlds. It has everything. So you're right to read in views about theology and esotericism, but it's not necessarily been written in the way that you're interpreting it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. No. But again, like, ignorance is bliss to an extent. Like, you see, you perceive what you believe, or however they put it, right? You believe what you perceive, however you want to flip that. So you will read into it what you want out of it. That's the whole point in engaging with fiction and shit in the first place. So I said what myself? What are you talking like? Look, right, although I may be more inclined to move my position on I won't even say that necessarily. Look, I can only speak as a layman on these kinds of things. Right? I'm not well studied on these things, but if this is obvious to me at a surface level, then I'm pretty sure the deeper you go is the more it falls apart. Right? Well, yeah, you could say that. But again, people will read into it what they want from it. Well, look, there are people who argue that the Bible is narrative. Okay, so it's designed around story. It's not necessarily designed around history. So the Bible itself isn't a history book. It's a religious text written with a theological agenda. Okay? Now, within a book like that, like a historical fiction, you can have facts in there. You can have real places. You can have real people. You can have real events. But because it's written in this type of narrative that centers around theology, there's no reason to take it as a bar for bar reality. A lot of it may be allegorical, metaphorical, etc. Yeah. It's up to you. If you want to take the Bible literally, it's your life. Do what you want. But you're gonna be hard pressed to convince me that is literal. So yes, changed my mind. Yeah, it's not just that, right? You're right in terms of the writing styles are important. It is very important, but it's not supposed to be thought of as non-fiction. It's a religious text, or what's considered a sacred text. Okay, it's like people who believe in I don't know, various papyri that exist from Egyptian religions and cults. Some of them may take it literally. Some of them may just read into it in terms of, like, from an esoteric point of view. It's designed to give the person the message who has the key for the message. Okay, if you come into it without the key, you're gonna start thinking all kinds of shit is legitimately what it's saying. Like it's hard to explain it, right? It's exactly that, right? If you don't know what you're looking at, then you don't know what you're looking at. But if we're just gonna be normies and just be regular people, okay, there's no good reason to take the Bible as a history book. It's a religious text. No, see, that's the big cope. No, Silas, right? That's the big cope, right? So if you think about what the foundations for the Bible actually are, is the Old Testament, which comes from the Jewish world. The Old Testament and the Jews do not embrace this this deconstructed version of monotheism. They say God is one thing, one entity. There is no Holy Spirit. There is no Jesus. It's one dude, one entity. Right? If you genealogically trace it back, that one entity, that one dude actually comes from a local deity that just so happened to become more popular and accrue the attributes of other gods, e.g. El, e.g. Asher, Baal, all these people, right? Murdoch and shit. Okay, so the Jews who you're basing your thing on, right? They don't have the Holy Spirit in there. The Holy Spirit is just it's like a fix anything tool that Christians just throw about. If you ask one Christian what they mean by Holy Spirit and ask another one, they probably say something else. It's like polyfiller. It's like religious polyfiller. You can plug it in anywhere just to smooth over the cracks. Brandon, that's kind of true though. That's you're not even wrong, right? That's kind of why I kind of got bored of talking about it for so long. Now, what is interesting about it is that all of these kinds of debates, or what's described as dialectic or dialectical discussion, is really just a doorway to knowledge and other schools of thought, which is what it's supposed to be to me. But if you're actually engaging with this and like this in a really hardcore dogmatic way, then yeah, it's a waste of time. What was the point? You know, it's like if, right, I'll put it to you like this: if on both sides of the fence, right, if you really believe God exists and God is running this whole scheme and everything that your text says is true, there would never be any reason to go deeper intellectually in it. The feelings, the emotions, the experience, your personal experience should be enough for you. But the fact that you need to engage in it intellectually means that the belief on its own isn't substantive enough, or isn't substantial enough for you. You need something more. You need to intellectualize this belief. So one could argue it's a similar view on the other side for atheism as well. Right? This belief doesn't suffice enough. I need to be able to deconstruct all of these ideas and why is this happening? Why did humans do this? And how does it affect me? Because you could just walk around and say like, yeah, it's all la la. Instead of saying like la la la, whatever, however the Muslims say it, you just be like la 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 la, and that's it. It's just, I don't care. I don't believe none of this shit. It doesn't matter. But obviously, the point in people engaging in it from both sides of the fence is because they're looking for something more, something more elevated beyond just the belief and disbelief. That's the point. No, but it doesn't necessarily help other people though. We're being honest, right? Well, look, if you was on some like freedom from religion type of charity work, right, and like trying to heal religious trauma, then yeah, you could say you're helping people, but really, it's a selfish pursuit, ultimately. Like in the same sense that now I'm trying not to like play both sides of the fence type of way, but in the same sense, atheists might be like, look, I want to liberate people from the shackles of religion and the psychological, disparagement that they experience. And then the believer saying, well, I want to liberate people from going to hell. I want to save their souls. Both people are really arguing from a selfish position. Why? Because there's something to be gained from this act, right? This act adds something to your virtue, to the virtue of your character, right? That's what both people are really saying. It's like so right, psychologically speaking, altruism itself is a selfish act. Martyrdom itself is a selfish act, right? Because you ideologically you may frame a person no longer as a subject but now an object of your... Alright, so I'm not explaining this properly. The people who you be claiming to do the sacrificial thing for, right, are now to you, right, maybe subconsciously, vessels for your essence, or what you want to be remembered as, or what the light you want to be seen in. That lives on in them. Okay, so to do put it in simpler terms, like you say to a lady, like, I want to take you out on a date, I want to buy you some food, I want to buy you some clothes or whatever. The act of buying the clothes, paying for shit, that gives the man something. The woman gets the thing too, but the fact that the man gets to feel he's provided is something that's added to his experience. In the same way, a mother who sacrifices for her child to eat is something that's added to her experience, to her character. Right? So, but on both sides, people are expressing these altruistic, trying to save you shit from it's ultimately from a self-centered point of view. No, I never grew up atheist or religious, really. Just more like just a casual believer. Yeah, that's look. I think, do you know what? I think you'd probably live a healthier life trying to live like Buddha than trying to live like Christ. Right? In Christ's time, if he exists, based on a story, he was a terrorist. Right? He was an ideologue. So you'd probably live a more harmonious life, not only but for yourself, but for your friends, family, and culture, by living like Buddha instead of living like Christ or living like Siddhartha. Right? That's a way better example, in my opinion. Right? But none of them are ideal. How is he a terrorist? Like, he literally went against the government and the religion of the time, right? So that's kind of like what an ideologue is. People who do things for an ideology, right? That was Jesus, like smashing tables and turning over tables and shit, right? Like fucking healing people that you had no business healing. I don't know all the deets, but in a very simplified version, right? Jesus' existence in that time, like some people argue Muhammad was the same thing, Moses the same thing. They are anti-establishment of their time. Okay, so they're going against the grain, apparently. Okay? So that's kind of what gives them, it's what adds aura to them. Okay, so that they were anti-establishment. So realistically, right, they in their time they would be akin to terrorists. Like in a lol type of way, and like a fucking, what was that? It's not Holy Grail. It's the other one, that Monty Python film where they like mock like the whole Jesus story. Like incidentally, he would have been a troublemaker. And there's a funny piece in Al Franken's book about surplus Jesus. You should read that. It's interesting. I don't think the world came from nothing though. I think that's just a redundant take. Hello. What's up, bro? No. Right, it doesn't. Right, so for things to exist, it doesn't entail that there's a creator for them. Why? Yeah, but that's you. That's you. Right, so I'm glad that you said that, right? Because humans, right, their frame of reference for things being created are other humans. But we don't actually look out into the world and see other animals and stuff create things. They just move stuff around in their habitat at best. But we as humans, we create things. So we're saying there must be some anthropomorphic deity out there, anthropomorphic being humanoid, right? Then it would make sense that we'd put our values or our properties onto it and start saying things like there must be some mind out there that creates stuff. But is that true? Or is it just a habit of thought? Sorry, there is a reason. So if you follow the trail from something like Big Bang to abiogenesis to speciation to evolution, then that explains perfectly how things are the way they are. That explains us, that explains Earth, that explains animals, that explains the atmosphere, that explains almost everything. I'm not saying it's perfect, but in terms of a realistic explanation, it does a lot better than the man in the sky. Well, right, so scientists can believe and be believers and non-believers, right? Lots of scientists are believers, but that doesn't much have anything to do with the work that they do. You know, I can be agnostic and say I don't know if there's a God. I can say that, but me being agnostic to it doesn't mean it exists. It's just possible. Well, I would disagree, right? Because that would all depend on how you define the God in the first place, and that all circles back around to us as humans. But as like being charitable, right? Can I say for 100% certainty that there isn't some greater mind in the universe that's controlling this whole scheme? No, I cannot. Right? That's where my personal agnosticism comes into it. But can I say this type of God that humans have cooked up exists? I can say no, that doesn't exist, because I know how they came up with it. I know why they came up with it. So from that level, yeah. So give some reasons why then. Yeah, it was necessary as part of our own evolution. Yes, you can believe that, but the key word is believe. But you can't prove that. That's the problem. Right. So, maybe, right? It depends what you define God as. That's what I'm saying to you, right? So, like, God concepts exist on a spectrum to me, right? You got your hyper-specific gods, which are your, like, Abrahamic gods, Christian, Jewish, Muslim God. Then you've got your more open gods, which would be like a pantheistic God, like Spinoza's God. Gods exist on a spectrum between those two. Highly defined and, like, not poorly, but lesser defined, okay? So if you were arguing for like a Spinozian type of God, saying like God is absolutely everything in the universe, he's all things, or like a panentheistic view saying God is everything and outside of everything, it's more likely that that thing exists than the hyper-specific God, if you're just being probabilistic. But can you really prove pantheism? No, not really. So like say I say that there's this car floating in space, right? We've got background information that cars exist. We've got background information that space exists, right? But then let's say we start getting hyper specific about the features of the car and the story in which the car got into space. The minute we start adding more details to this picture is the smaller the probability space it takes up, right? So I mean, it's like if it started out as like a half, it's half and half, it's 50-50 that there is a car in space. Then we start saying it's a Tesla, it reduces it. We start saying it's red, it reduces it. We start saying it's got an android and a robot inside of the car, it reduces it. I know it's a weird example, but it's just how probability kind of works in this context. So the more elements it has to it, how this is analogous, the stories in the Bible, God creating a universe, speaking to Adam and Eve, speaking to Abraham, doing all these acts that the Bible says he did, right? With each one of those elements you add, it reduces the probability of him existing. Okay, it makes it hyper specific. That was the spectrum I'm speaking about. The more you define it, is the less likely it is to exist. The less you define it, is the more synonymous it is with non-existence. Right? So it could be anything or nothing at all. So yeah, it's weird, but it's kind of true based on what I know anyway. So I could be wrong. That's what I would say. I don't think so. I think that, I mean, look, I'd be happy to find out there is something after death, but I think that's the ultimate cope of humans. Why do we come up with these things in the first place? Because of fear of the unknown. But yeah, individualistically, but as a species, right, one of the main reasons why we figured out procreation is to not die, right? To adapt, to survive. That's like the whole point of evolution. Now, if you think about everything we know up to this point, biologically speaking, there'd be no reason to think anything happens after you die, because death is the cessation of all bodily functions. Now, based on your philosophical or theological beliefs, consciousness is a byproduct of your body. Okay, so if your body dies, then your ability to be conscious would cease with it. But if you're Muslim or Christian or some type of idealist, you would think, no, my consciousness exists independent of my body. But that's not something we can prove. At the minute, we can prove exactly, right? It could, but again, that's something that's harder to substantiate rather than the material you generate in consciousness based on your neurons and shit. That is easier to substantiate, because look how many billions of us that have lived and died. Right? We've got evidence of the dying process and the fact that we cannot contact them and they cannot contact us anymore. But is it to say it's the end for sure? I don't know. But I also don't think, I think the probability of us finding out after we die seems kind of ridiculous. I think we're better off trying to find out while we're alive. I'll put it like that. Seems ridiculous. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? The view, right? So everything that entails for you to be to be able to know anything requires a mind, right? And as far as we know how minds function, you need to be alive to know anything. So if you think you can find something out after you die based on science, you wouldn't be able to. So like there are people who want to find out what death actually is and what happens, if anything, after death while you're alive. That's the only way you could know. No. But are they possible? Yes. No, but they're possible. Yes. Significantly more. Because we exist in the universe on a little floating rock, right? And there's like almost, not infinite, but there's a large amount of space out there and a large amount of planets and galaxies and solar systems. So it's quite probable that there's life also out there too. But do I know that there's life out there? No. Yeah, in comparison to saying there's like some disembodied supernatural mind out there, the alien seems quite likely. That's a crazy threat. That's a crazy threat. But look, right. So say he was right. I don't think it would be right. So let's just imagine God is. We're doing a lot of like mental gymnastics here, but let's just imagine for one that we could actually understand how a God thinks. If a God thinks like anything that the Bible says he thinks like, or the Quran says he thinks like, or the Torah, or Bhagavad Gita, whatever it is, right? Then it's fair to assume that God thinks somewhat like a human. So if I was to hold any of those things to be true, right, as a non-believer of those religions, I shouldn't be worried about anything because God would probably be the most understanding of my situation versus someone who purports to know him and know everything about him. So why would I worry? You know? Think about it, right? If there is a God running this whole scheme and he doesn't happen to be the one in the Bible, the one in the Quran, the one in the Torah or some other book, right, it's more likely that the God would favor the atheist who was skeptic about life than the one who claimed to know everything about God. And it wasn't God from that view. Because he asked, he was trying to find out. He wasn't convinced that he already knew. No, the Muslims already convinced that he knows. That's the point. No, but based on, I'm critiquing the religion itself, right? Not the individuals. The individuals can be whoever, whatever they want to be, right? But the actual religion purports to know things directly about the God that they're talking about. What God did and what, this is what I said in the beginning about the highly specific God. Religions tell stories about things that God does and things that God does not do. So that's claiming to have knowledge of God. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So if God is real, that's your belief. That's your belief, bro. And then you're entitled to that belief. But all I'm trying to explain is if there is an afterlife and there is some God, I have no reason to be worried about that because it's more likely that I'm on the right side of things than the wrong side of things. Hey, if for you to tell me that I would be punished afterlife is arrogance. For you to tell me that there is an afterlife is arrogance. So what are you talking about? Like, what are we saying here? Like, my view is but just think about what's being said, right? My view at least expresses some type of epistemic humility. I'm saying gladly and wholeheartedly, I don't know. You're saying, I know. So you're cooked if you're wrong. I'm good. Like, that's the problem. What? Why would you worry? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because look, for instance, this is how like goofy humans are, right? There could absolutely be an afterlife, but it could have nothing to do with heaven or hell or anything of the sort. Like, the multiverse theory could be true. Like, your consciousness would just snap to a new you in a new place. Like, any number of things could be the case. But if you walk around life convinced that you know exactly what is going to play out after you die, then in my opinion, you're fucking up. Excuse my French. Like, how could you know? You just believe shit. Or what is the principle that holds it all together? Maybe not. All right? But what is the principle that holds all of that together? It's belief. Or faith. No, you can't have... Alright, so this is right. So this is one of the reasons we invented religions in the first place and gods. It's to give humans a semblance of certainty. But there is no such thing as true certainty. Like, knowledge is fallible. This is a philosophical claim, of course, but... Of course we did. We do. There's, like, Jedi Knights, right, bro? Jedi Knights are going to become a religion, or if not already, they're going to become official religion within the next couple of decades. We do invent religions. There were religions in the Middle East before Islam, right? There was religions in the Levant before Judaism. Like, what are you talking about? Right? There's been religions after. They do. We call them cults, but once a cult reaches critical mass in terms of its followers, then we call it a religion. People do. Yes, I do. Yes, I have. I speak to people in cults all the time. Like, well, I'll show you the definition of a cult if you doubt. But it couldn't be, right? Well, no, right. So there's merit to that. There is merit to that because there are some people who follow like nonsense blindly without questioning it because they're in this in-group, out-group politics. So there's merit to what you're saying. Like atheismo and different types of atheist groups throughout history have been exactly that, cults. But the conclusion that of atheism has nothing to do with anything else but that you're not convinced of a God. That's it. But if you start adding on like Dawkins' view or the Four Horsemen and like saying I follow everything Sam Orbit, whoever these guys are, right? I follow everything this person says, then yes, you are in a cult. This is true. But the conclusion of atheism has nothing to do with any other beliefs. I don't. It's right. No, I get knowledge from all kinds of people. I speak to strangers all the time. I read books, like I search on the internet. I get knowledge from all kinds of sources, but it's no one I follow religiously in any kind of way. Like hold them up to be something. There's millions of people throughout my lifetime, probably, or thousands. Let's be realistic. I've never been in contact with millions of people, but yes, I'm influenced by all kinds of people. Like. I'm literally borrowing the words of dead people to speak to you right now. So yes, of course. Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But like, if you was like well informed about where atheism is in the 2020s, like that guy would not come out of your lips, right? You know. But if you're like thinking about old atheism, yeah, I can understand why you might think that. No. No, I know bits and pieces of it, but it's not my intention to critique religion. We're talking about the existence of God. Religions are secondary. They're like a subset of God beliefs, but they're not the primary conversation. God, like you'll learn more about God from picking up a philosophy book than you will from a Bible or a Quran or anything like that. So think about that. What was I going to do, right? I was going to give you the definition of a cult. I thought I had the screenshot just ready. But yes, cults are the seed that become religions, bro. That person doesn't matter. Oh, well. I mean, look, you can choose to take that personally or not. It's up to you. Whether it's someone that's pro you or against you, my advice would just be to be neutral. If you wouldn't ask this person for advice, then you shouldn't accept their critique either. Yeah, but it's not necessary to meet all of those criteria to be considered a cult. But a cult becomes a religion once it reaches enough membership. So it gets acknowledged as a religion. So, I don't know what to tell you. So you're going to deconvert or... Alright, take it easy. I would have loved to talk to you some more, but sure, I'll see you later. Alright, so I don't know if anyone else wants to have a crack at this subject. I'd like to hear it. That's fucked up, Bond. That's effed up. But yeah, like, ironically, atheists can believe in afterlives as well. It's like, afterlives aren't exclusive to God beliefs. But look, as a funny internal critique, you could argue that anyone who purports to be like a follower of the Abrahamic religions and want there to be an afterlife, they could be guilty of the sin of greed because they're saying that life isn't enough. All the expanses and the libertarian free will that they're afforded in life isn't enough. that they need a second plate. So you could say that they're guilty of greed. To an extent, season 1. I like feel free to come up and explain that view a bit more. I'd like to understand it if you want. Now the greed critique is funny, but someone a bit more vicious could build a very good argument out of it. It's like it's the whole need for a second life is greed. But you start thinking about we're just gonna get a bit too far down the fucking niche rabbit hole. But it is a lot of cope on top of cope on top of cope. I don't know if you're still there, Silas, but you can come on over to TikTok. Right? We need. I don't remember how to do this. But in Avenues, we get to watch Bleach tonight, and hopefully Ichigo is going to fully take on Yuhabawa, whatever. I think even Bleach has some good kind of a critique on God, concepts, and religion as well. What's up, Heathen Deacon? Oh shit! Well, technically, it's not spoilers because Ichigo's been fighting Yuhabawa since like 2 years ago now, so it's not really spoilers. It's kind of expected. But I don't know. Look, spoiler alert. But if you guys missed last week's episode, there were 3 crazy transformations. Like I was like, why would they? Like they dragged it so much to just give you 3 crazy impressive transformations in one episode was ridiculous, right? So we had the captain. I always go to say his name wrong. Is it Zampachi? The guy with the eye patch. He transformed into a demon with a massive sword, like with just almost infinite amount of strength. The little ice kid transformed into a fucking teen adult in one like move, and then the Valhalla guy that they're fighting from the I forget their names, the Script, whatever they call them, he transformed as well, like 3 times, all in one episode. Right? I was like, why would they do this? But yeah, we've been waiting for it to play out for a while. But yeah, even those messianic ideals, they're baked into something like Bleach as well. It's just humans be doing shit because it's for the plot. It's just for the plot. It's just Digimon, kind of low-key. Digimon is absolutely garbage though, bro. Garbage. Even as a kid, I thought this was garbage. The cards were cool, but it's garbage. Maybe that crossbow will work out. I don't think we're gonna have to do this fight. At least not while I'm streaming. No. That combination can't work. I would say, right, obviously it has Buddhist influence because it's Eastern, but it also has, right, so it has a mixture of everything if you look close enough, right? Because you've got the Quincy's, which are basically like Germany. They're literally Germans of that world. But you can also say that not only are they the Germans of the world, but they're also technically the Jews of the world as well. There's, forgive my I'm reading shit into it just by giving you this kind of analysis, so it's not necessarily the fact of how the show is put together. But Ichigo finds himself being at like the crossroads of all of these different races with all of these different powers as essentially the Messiah that's supposed to take become the new god of the whole world kind of thing, or the 3 worlds. But it really depends what you're looking at when you see it, or what you see when you look at it, should I say? Wait, I'm not telling you that that Bleach is a Christian show. That is not what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, it might get more views if that was true, though. It's up to you. Good, bro. You? Hmm. Hmm. I agree to an extent, but where I would part with you is calling whatever that thing might be a god. That's where I'd part. But I agree, right? Because it would be a type of fallacy, right? But yes, it could be a fact that humans have invented all these different types of gods, all these types of variations, and one of the things that they're describing actually exists in the universe. That is absolutely possible. But my beef would be at that point is, if this thing is currently an unknown and likely an unknowable, why describe it as God? Why not allow for it to be whatever we discover it as? You know? I don't think that's true. I think they are saying that they know. I think a lot of them basically claim to have a direct connection to this thing. Some even claim that it speaks to them. So I think they are saying they know what it is. Or know enough about it to make claims like that. Hmm. Right, that's fine if you was trying to explain it to like a preschooler or something like that, but that's not the truth of what religion's about. Religion is not necessarily just about making you a good person. It's for societal cohesion. It's to move people in a specific direction with specific beliefs and specific ideologies. It's to literally make men as yourself. That's the point of it, like an army. So I don't think it just reduces to, oh, you should be a good person. It's not true. I mean, it depends, right? So if you was to look at not necessarily, right? So if you was to look at the Abrahamic faiths from a historic point of view or historic lens, the Abrahamic faiths all function through imperialism. So the expansion of a person's kingdom and domain on earth, but based on the theological lens, it's the expansion of a kingdom metaphysically through heaven, or the expansion of God's kingdom. So really, historically, the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam specifically, have all been vehicles of imperialism. So when you say they are soldiers of a cause, it's to that end, to expand their kingdoms, right? To expand Islam, to expand Christianity, to expand Judaism. Yeah. So is that a good thing for the people that they incur upon, you know? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Look, it's up to you how you choose to interpret what's written in the book itself. But I'm just talking on like a bigger picture point of view. The point of the religions, of having a group and saying I'm like that guy and that guy's like me, is to expand it in the first place. Or you could just stay as a cult. You could stay as a secret society. You could stay as a town or something. You know, what town is not necessarily right. Well, I think the judgment on good and bad is ultimately subjective. Other people would disagree with that, but I think anytime you try and reduce an event or an action or a thing to is this good or is this bad, you're making somewhat of a subjective judgment. So, on my side of the fence and your side of the fence, I don't know to say. Yeah. Nah, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can have those choices within like the deterministic or what do they call it? I forget the middle word. But yeah, like not necessarily. Choice doesn't necessarily entail free will. Compatibilism, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, to an extent. To an extent, but I don't think that necessarily entails free will though. So that's all I'm saying. Because choice, yeah. So from my point of view, free will is I think it's the ability or the capacity to act unconstrained by necessity or fate or at one's own discretion. So choice would be a property of free will, but choice itself isn't the full free will. It's like a slice of the pie, but not the whole pie. Does that make sense? Well, he would. Yes, to an extent, half of that is true, but one could also argue, right, if God exists in that kind of fashion, then God is also like an autonomous type of being that doesn't have free will. It's like he's a slave to his own necessity. So he may not even have free will. I know it sounds creepy to think about like that, but if it's necessary that he exists, then that means he didn't have the choice to exist. It means it also doesn't have a choice to see what plays out and what doesn't play out in that kind of sense. But can he control us as humans? Probably. If he's real, this is all good. I don't think Jesus even had free will either, because it was like, alright, it's gone. Oh, was that you, Mars? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What did you say? Yeah, I guess that's a view. Yeah, I mean that's consistent. I can see that. I would have said just based on the fact that he had to be sacrificed in the first place. I don't think that was a free will type of thing. And the fact, for instance, the fact that Judas had to play his part in it. I don't think any of it was really free will from the same type of argument. They're making choices inside of a already determined type of structure. If that makes sense, I don't know. But yeah. What's up? Who said hello? What's up? Yes. Good, you? Appreciate it. Excuse my French. It's called Dark Souls 1. Well, technically, you would say it's Elden Ring, but within the Dark Souls franchise, it would be free. Yeah. Oh, I don't even know. Maybe 2011. Maybe this is a remake though. So might be more recent. I don't know. I could be completely wrong about the original date. I don't know. This is a remake. Sure. Go. Sure. Yeah. It looks like a tree. I don't know. I don't know. They're red. I don't know. Yeah. Is this necessary? Can we get to the main point? Yeah, I know. I just I'm not exactly comfortable with the methodology, so I prefer if you got to the point. So it looks like a tree. It looks like a tree. Or it has a stump. It has a trunk, if you call it that. It has branches. It has leaves. It has roots. It's standing somewhere. Bro, if you don't get to your point, don't annoy me, please. Get to your point, please. Look, if Caesar wants to go through it, then let him. If you want to see. I'll listen. Yeah, sure, go. Thomas, that's funny. And this isn't true. No. Not all inventions are referencing a creature that exists in nature. Even abstract concepts. Yeah. Right. So mathematics is an invention. Oh my gosh. No, mathematics is a language. It's a language we designed to describe nature, but it's abstract fundamentally. So nature exists independently of maths. No. Well, yeah, actually, it could, right? All right. So what I would say, right? So you've got what you just said was valid critique, and you're correct about the mathematics and the animals. But what I would also offer is that me not being able to, let's say, offer up an alternative hypothesis doesn't automatically make what you're saying correct. So if you follow to your final conclusion, then we can assess whether it made sense. Yes, but I'm still waiting for the major point, what it leads to. So, at this point, wait, let's just summarize. At this point, you're saying things that humans are inventing, they're getting inspiration or inventing those things based on things that already exist, correct? Or nature, better put. Cool. Okay, and then? You can't actually walk through these arguments without doing the whole script, can you? It's a script in terms of how you arrive at the conclusion you're trying to force anyways, but I would like to hear the conclusion. Sure. Yeah, sure, it's quite a typical religious tactic, but let's go, let's hear the conclusion. Ooh. Yes, the part in which we do make things that imitate nature is true. This is true. Or we're inspired by nature because we. Oh, someone needs to mute up. Right, but yeah. We too are a member of nature, so keep that in mind also. No, right, so that's suggestion. You're using suggestion. I pictured I pictured a tree made out of code. Code. Zeros and ones. The script, yeah? Excellent. Continue, sorry. I'm a bit impatient. Okay, yes. Okay, please continue. What? Running away? No, that doesn't even follow. That doesn't even follow. What are you talking about? All right, so it's a type of speaking. I forget the right use of it. No. Would you like to offer me customer service next? Like, what is going on here? All right, sure. So finish. Please finish. Right, go for it. Oh my gosh. Do you want to get to the point? This is very difficult to sit through. Mars, come back, bro. That's because that's what you asked for. Remember what you asked for is to imagine a tree that you haven't seen. Yeah, so the tree is the shape in which you asked for us to imagine in the first place. It's baked into what you asked. It wouldn't matter, right? So if you wanted to say picture a color you haven't seen, it would be the same kind of scenario, okay? Like, get to the main point. It's a foolish question to ask. It ultimately is a foolish question to ask, right? You need, right? So if you want to have a thought about something in this context, which you're saying, which isn't completely abstract, you need a frame of reference for that thing. So if we're talking about trees that we've never seen, the frame of reference is trees. Okay. Yeah. So if you was to say to me, picture a gibberish language right now, right? That's something possible, right? No, but it's something possible. But it's still a reference that you've provided to picture. Now, if you just said, like, just have a blank mind, right, and see what comes to you. Yeah, this isn't something you can express through language. It would just be silence. Okay. All right. So anything you could ask is already leading. It's part of the process of what you're doing, the inquiry itself. Yes. No, look, right, so look, if you get to the point that you want to make, right, we can examine the whole process, right, but as it stands, it's just a mess. Okay, so no, this isn't true. This isn't true. Original thought is significantly difficult, right? And there's very few thinkers in our lifetimes, or even our species, that have done it. But people have been capable of original thought. If you're going to point to basic things like trees, right? A tree itself is an abstract thing, a construct that me, you, and John invent in our minds to reference it. But if we wanted to talk about the tree, what the tree actually entails, we'd have to go into great detail of what a tree actually entails. But language-wise, linguistically, we develop a concept of tree that we can encapsulate in the word tree. So we know it entails branches, veins, roots, seeds, all these things that encompass the actual thing in it. All of our discussion is just pointers to reality. But if you start getting more abstract, then the things that we point to are no longer in reality. So those abstract things, they are mind dependent. They're completely outside of the realm of the physical. Okay? It's like they're metaphysical. Yes, they're metaphysical, like concepts, right? Like ideas, like abstract. Right? Yes, they're abstract. Words, yes. All right, so are words physical? Are words themselves physical? Right, so what point are you trying to make here then? If you're going to point to things in reality via language, then yes, we don't make those things, but we can rearrange those things. But if you're talking about things that are metaphysical or linguistic or conceptual, then we make those things. They don't exist in reality. They exist in our minds. They exist in our minds. They don't exist in reality, right? In terms of a shared physical world. They are metaphysical. Okay. This is not true. We just went through that. Language. Right? Does language exist outside of your mind? Does the word itself exist outside of the thinker or the conceptualizer? The word itself has no meaning but what you assign to it. Right, sure. Potentially. Right. Potentially, but you might lean on like radical solipsism, right? But potentially, yes, right? Because your initial thought is an abstract, right? No, so like your subconscious mind is thinking in abstract. It doesn't have language. Okay, you bring those abstract ideas into fruition by assigning them language, but that happens by one, pointing to things that exist in reality, or by two, coming up with abstract concepts. So like the language that we're discussing, the in-between words, or the word concept itself, it's not a thing. It's an idea. It exists in the realm of the mind, not in the realm of the world. Okay? Well, that's very reductive, and I think it would be on you to demonstrate that to be true. But sure, please do. Yes. You're again you're describing the physical world. Okay. That's the physical world. Well yes. No, the word itself, the concept, imagine, is not physical. This is correct. But you're using that language to point to something in reality in terms of the context of the conversation. What do you mean? Explain. Explain. No, but some do, right? If you think that, then support it. Some words point to physical things, right? But some words do not, right? Words on their own have no meaning. Let's say idealism, just as a random, yeah. Idealism. Yes. It's the view that everything is a construct from the mind, or the mind precedes matter, so it's different from just an idea. Well, I'm waiting for you to point to it in the physical world. Sorry? In some frameworks, yes. In others, so idealism is the view, in simple terms, that matter comes from mind, or mind comes before matter. So the universe is fundamentally mental and not physical. So, sorry? Not necessarily. That's a solipsism. That's solipsism, not necessarily. Right. So you could say, no, not necessarily. Again, right. So you could say like the manifold. You could say the manifold of the universe in like an idealist framework might be a god, right? A mind, right? But not a matter, right? But if you're talking about a physical world, you're talking about matter. Okay, so if these, right, so, but all like views like God itself, views like the universe, universe a bit much, right, because the universe entails absolutely everything, but views like God, these aren't physical things, these are metaphysical things, so they don't exist in the physical world, they're not matter. God itself isn't matter. Okay? Well, no. If it's true, if it's to be believed as true, then no, it wouldn't be, would it? It'd be the product of a mind. All right, so let's put it like this, right? A god, right? If you're going to say all words are physical, right? Then the word God, right? Yeah. So the word God, right? Which would describe, what do we mean when we say God, right? Something supernatural, something metaphysical. Okay. So that word, God, what it entails, its definition, is not something physical. Does that make sense to you? Right, so then there's your evidence right there. There are words and ideas and concepts which do not point to something physical. Sorry, what? Yes. Yes. No, you're coping now, because your argument was that everything that humans interact with are things that we cannot create and cannot generate. We're just pointing to things in reality, right? Like the bird and the plane, right? And I just, and we was building up to saying to you, right, there are things that are completely mind dependent, that only exist in the realm of the mind. And then there are things that exist in the physical world, like the tree, okay? God is something that exists in the mind as it currently stands, because God is not a physical thing. It doesn't matter. The concept of God is what we're talking about, not my belief in whether it's true or not. It's the concept itself. What the word entails is not something physical. No, it would not. Right, so I don't need to believe in fairies to understand what a fairy is, do I? Right, so I don't need to believe in God to understand what the concept of God is. So your whole argument was foolish from the get-go. There are things that you can point to in reality with language, but then there are things that aren't in reality that come from language. Right? Well, I think that was respectful. Maybe you took that in some other way. Well, yes, I'm very entitled. Well, I am very entitled, but I'm entitled to critique the argument in that fashion because I do think it foolish. But yes, it's not calling you a fool, with all due respect. Why is God not a good enough example first? No. It's not necessary. I gave you idealism. I gave you concept. I gave you these abstract things that don't have physical groundings. Okay, so if this one idea defeats your whole argument, then it's flawed. If your whole argument was cooking up to so there must be a God, and I tell you, well, God's not physical, then the whole idea is flawed. Alright, sure. It's not necessary. God would be the same kind of thing, right? God is entailed in idealism. Right. God is entailed in idealism. You get gods from idealism. That's why I used it as an example. So let's say if everything is mind, right? The center or the manifold, or however you want to describe it, the holder of all things would be a mind. And some people describe that mind as God, a disembodied mind. So it doesn't have a body and it is not physical. Okay. Oh gosh. Sorry, what? All right, so I'll give you another example, right? There are people who have an idealism, a view. So idealism as a framework or a philosophical framework has various different branches inside of it. So some of those branches would be supernatural things like God, okay? But there are other people who think things like your mind determines reality in a quantum way. Those people would also be idealists. So they would say, it's basically it's kind of pseudoscience, to be honest. I don't believe in idealism either, right? But they would say something like the observer, a conscious observer, completely ruining the actual experiment, an idealist would say that the conscious observer makes reality collapse as a wave function. So what they decide to see is what will be. That's another example of idealism. But all of that, again, is abstract. No, that's type philosophical definition now. Yes. So that's what I've been saying. No, we're not saying that, right? We've already gone through it, right? I gave you various different views. So people who are solipsistic, they think everything is entirely dependent on them existing. If they cease to exist, all other things cannot exist, right? That's not an argument I'm giving you. But interestingly enough, someone can hold that view, right? And that view, the capacity to flesh that view out, still has nothing to do with pointing to something physical. It's all abstract. So it exists in the realm of the mind. It's not physical. Like everything we've talked about in the last 15 minutes has been abstract and not physical. Okay? Yes. Yes. No, not necessarily, right? Me being able to picture like I don't know, a fucking disembodied mind, a spaghetti monster in the universe, is not a fact of the universe, right? So what you can picture in your mind, right, isn't necessarily something that exists in the world. Right? It may have attributes. It may have attributes of things that exist in the world, but not always. Right, depending on your level of creativity, of course. Yes, it can. Right. Maybe not in visual context, but in terms of abstraction, like words and concepts, it can. Right? That's idealism, God. Right? Describe God. Think it's just like it's a linguistic invention. Right, but if you was right, anyways, look, yeah, it is going a bit weird, right? But look, your argument, we can in a second. Let's just like put a cherry on top of this, right, or finish it up, right? Your view is that everything is dependent on something physical that we're referencing in our mind. Am I correct? Right. And I'm saying to you, that's true of some things. But there's another level of things that only exist in the mind and not in the physical world. Right? Oh boy. So just relax. I don't think I kicked you out. So just please relax. Sorry, what? Jesus Christ. This guy's a bit out there, isn't he? Oh my god. Oh my god. So Omega, do you think this is constructive? You invited the interruption. Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your contribution? Do you have anything more to add? Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to go into that. So I'm pretty sure you're speaking to me. I'm pretty sure you're speaking to me over the internet on an application, probably on a device. Right, using language, wearing clothes, right? All of those things were inventions. All of those things were inventions. Okay, so everything you're using to interact with me right now are inventions that you didn't produce either. Okay, so your argument is baseless. It's not useful here. Okay. So what do you want? Do you want to join the conversation, or do you want to be a disruptive child? It's up to you. I don't think you're helping yourself right now. I think you do. Well, why do you give a damn? You don't give a damn. But you just said you don't give a damn, I think. So why are you asking? Exactly. Anyways. I didn't drop him, by the way. He dropped himself, so... Yeah, I don't think it really matters. It doesn't really matter, like... That guy's... I don't know, man. He's old enough to be smoking anyways, according to him, so... Who LV? It's just spamming. Yeah, it's fine. Season, you're lagging out, bro. You're lagging out. Yeah, you speak in slow motion as well. Like, are you intoxicated? Are you okay? So Saturday night got to you. Season's a different person now. Jesus Christ. I appreciate you, Season. Thank you, mate. Get some rest. Eat some food. Season's probably having some seasoning or something. But alright, so do you want to finish up your argument, Omega? No, I'm fine. Look, I'm very willing to learn your perspective. Valid. Correct. You're right about that. God, spirits, ghosts. Why? Why are you omitting these from a conversation? You need to give good reasons. So you do concede that your argument is flawed then, because you have to omit things from it. Alright, we all admit this is fine, right? So at this point we just want to hear why you think what you think, and not that your argument is potentially substantial. Put it that way. Maybe not the right way to say it, but yeah. At this point you're telling me your opinion. No, I'm laughing at the comment. He said dodgy signal. Yeah, but I appreciate it. No, I was laughing at a comment. So I'm not laughing at what you're saying. Say again, sorry? No, this isn't true, right? So the history of the types of God we have invented lead us up to the type of God we think about now. So it's considered I forget it's called the free O God, right? So the free no, but no, wrong, completely wrong. I'm about to explain it to you now, right? So the God that we have in mind now, most of us are walking around with, is a God that's been you want to say post hoc rationalized and supported by philosophy and theology in the recent 2,000 or 3,000 years. So it's called the three O God: omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. All three of those things being completely abstract. But how do we get to this three O God? So traditionally, there's a theory called hyperactive agency detection device. And that assigning agency is what our ancestors would have done to elemental things. So across the world, region to region, you can find evidence of cultures producing elemental and celestial gods, gods of fire, gods of water, gods of earth, gods of sun. Right? Then we start doing a process of internally generated abstract concepts, right? Things like love, right? Things like creation, destruction, magic. Okay, these are abstract concepts that come from the mind. They don't necessarily describe something in existence. Then we deify that. Wrong. That is what you think, and I told you your argument fell apart once I introduced God, right? So this is your opinion, not a fact. So I'm giving you some historical data to support how we get to free O God. Okay. It's hard to say. I think the earliest types of God concepts that are accounted for are animism. So animism is spirits that inhabit nature. But if you think about it from our point of view today, spirits are also abstract. That's what I'm saying to you. It's very abstract. It's something that exists in the mind. Where do you find a spirit in reality? Where do you find spirit in reality? It's a semantic or linguistic type of argument at this point. But if you're trying to point to how do we get to our views on what God is now, history shows us how we do that. Right? We go from you have to substantiate that. How do you prove that? Yes, which is a linguistic invention. Bro, we've just gone through like a long conversation of us using nothing but abstract ideas and words that don't have any physical place in reality. Words themselves are not even physical. The utterance, the vibration of the air is a physical process, but the words themselves are not physical. So where are you getting this from? Right? It doesn't matter. That's trivial. Okay, I said to you, the earliest documented types of gods are known to be animism, and it's abstract, which again, it defeats what you're saying. They're not physical things. Hey bro, when you figure out neuroscience, you fucking tell me, excuse my French. Right? When you figure out the hard problem of consciousness, you tell me. Right? But as far as we know, consciousness doesn't appear to be something physical either, unless you're a hardcore materialist. So you tell me. Don't pivot to the comments. Right? We've arrived at a place where you need to be able to support what you're saying. How can you say it's God that gave all of this initially? You know, all right, so as a type of stillman, right, to your position, right, if you wanted to make your position stronger, you should go and study something called transcendental argument for God, right? And from that point of view, transcendental argument for God, it's acronym called TAG, right? You'll find lots of Christian apologists, even Muslim apologists out there who put this idea out, right? But in the TAG, transcendental argument for God. But basically, in their paradigm, again, this is me, stillman, in your position. I think it's bullshit, but it could be helpful to you, right? From their paradigm, they're saying knowledge is not possible without God. Logic is not possible without God. There are different people who explain it in different ways, but that might be the route you want to go. But if you're saying nothing can exist that is not physical, then I think you're making a mistake. Good. So you say make a PhD? I'd be careful with that one. Yeah, be careful with that one. You guys cite your sources, of course. No, I appreciate you, Omega. I enjoyed the conversation. Appreciate it, man. Maybe you should become a materialist and stop all of this God stuff. Yeah, I could assume that, but I'm joking. I didn't know that, right? But perhaps, based on your view that everything is referencing something physical, then maybe you should look into materialism then. Yeah, I do think about this. No, look, I do think about this, and it baffles me. I don't know what. Right, so one of the points of philosophy and even theology is to try and figure out what is the fundamental nature of reality. There are people in philosophy who have taken it to a place where they're saying there's a categorical conversion. So matter give rise to mind, or mind give rise to matter, and they keep chopping and changing. But there are different schools of thought on all of this because there's no way to prove any of it. That's all I'm saying to you. So if your view is that everything is based on, it's like everything is self-referential, but the self-reference is matter, then why bother believing gods in the first place? Because you're essentially saying it's all physical anyway. That doesn't make sense. No. So you should ask yourself, what is a god? We're speaking English. Me and you are speaking English. Say we spoke. I don't know if it's correct to say this, but let's say we spoke Sanskrit. If that's even correct to say, I don't know, right? Or Egyptian. I know it's written, but I don't know if it's actually a verbal language. Right? But let's say we I don't know, let's say we spoke Arabic or Swedish or just some other language where the word God may have more context to it. Right? The invention of the word itself doesn't necessarily point to a thing, right? For instance, this might be a bit off topic, but you could say, we could use the word transgender, for instance, right? Just as an example, right? Us being able to say a concept transgender doesn't point to the qualia, meaning the experience of what it is to be transgender. Our words are just descriptors, but they don't actually point to the substance of whatever the thing is anyway. Okay? So if you think everything is physical, then it wouldn't really matter about words anyway. Does that make sense? Well, no, because you didn't have the words, did you? Yes, but the qualia of being... No, but like, I understand the point, the critique, right? It's valid, but the qualia of being transgender or experiencing gender dysphoria, he doesn't need to have vocabulary in order to exist. Yeah. Yeah, not necessarily. Fairies. Do fairies exist? This is the same thing. This is the same mistake you're making then. Right? So if the argument you're making would be linguistic. You're saying if the word exists, then just by the fact of the word existing, the thing exists. But that's not true. Then the fairy exists. Then the donkey in Shrek exists. Then Shrek exists. Right. But do they inhabit our physical world? Or are they a cartoon? Sure. Not fairy, like fairies, the actual fantasy creature. Right. It's just a fairy. It's a little person with wings. Yes, as an extreme example. Well, it doesn't have. It's fictional. Like, what are you digging in for? It sounds like you're dodging. But because why would another example be necessary? All right, Ryu from Street Fighter, Blanka, Balrog. Yes, it's a fictional character. All right, so maybe we're talking past each other, right? Let's just rewind a couple of steps, right? You are saying basically, if the word exists, then the thing also exists. Am I correct or incorrect? Am I correct or incorrect? So you're saying as long as a word exists, then there must be something physically corresponding to the word. No, that is nonsense. Okay, that is nonsense. Can you give an example of that being true in all cases? It's a talking donkey in a cartoon. Oh no, that's the donkey itself. It's a fictional character. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing right now? Like, it's either you're trolling to not acknowledge the point that's being made, or you really just don't understand. All right, so no, he's an ogre. He's an ogre. He's an ogre. An ogre. He's an onion with many layers. He's an onion with many layers, alright? Is that a good enough example for you? Are you saying dragons exist? So how does this help support your argument then? Yes, but it's also not a thing that exists just because the word exists. Get? Bro, does Goku exist? Like, does Superman exist? Does Superman exist? But the thing, right, right. No. You're making a mistake. You're making a categorical mistake, right? You're making a mistake, right? Man exists. Goku's not even a man, right? In the context of what a Goku is, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. This is the point you're missing. No. Right. So, what undercuts this same argument is the example of a god, the example of a spirit, an example of a ghost. Right? These are words that entail a concept, but they don't have physical representations. Right? You can believe what you want, but can you show a ghost to be physical? Huh? That's what I'm saying to you. Your argument doesn't actually make sense. Right. So a ghost, right, could be a speck of dust to some people, right? A ghost could be a light particle to some people. A ghost could be a dead family member to some people. But this is what I'm explaining to you. Linguistically, concepts can be abstract, right? They don't have to have physical representations. They just exist in your mind. And words on their own don't have meaning. Words don't generate meaning, okay? They trigger meaning in you, what it references to you. Okay? But not all things reference back to something physical. Alright, so let's go a little bit further, right? Is space physical? No, space isn't physical. Mass is physical. Space is like, well, you could argue space is a property of mass, depending on who you're asking. But space itself isn't physical. It would just be like it's like an abstract geometrical space. Like, I don't know how the best way to explain it. In an example. But I asked you, sorry, is space itself physical? Right, so wherever you can be, you would be mass. But the space itself isn't physical. Is time physical? No, hear what I'm saying to you. Is time physical? Right, so what entails something existing is that it's in reality. And for something to be real, it means it's not imagined. So space, time, and matter make reality. But if space isn't physical and time isn't physical, then there are obviously things that exist that aren't physical. But time itself is an abstract concept, right? Time is a measurement of a thing changing states. No, right. Time itself, right? Whether you like traditional time, linear time, or like Einstein's relativity time, right? Time is abstract. It's just measuring the change of states in something physical. But time itself doesn't exist as a physical thing. Space itself doesn't exist as a physical thing. Okay? Oh my lord, bro. It's not physical. Time itself, time is a concept. Time is a concept. All right? Can I hold a castle? Can I hold a castle in my hand? Right, but it's physical. So yeah, but this is the opposite of what you're saying here. Right? Can I hold gravity? Can I hold gravity in my hand? No, not necessarily. As a concept, right? You can measure effects of gravity, but itself is not physical. Say again, sorry. Yeah, on the matter. On the matter. But you know what? Actually, I've taken this into a incorrect place. So, given the examples I just gave, I would be wrong, right? So I will concede that. But the point still stands, right? The point still stands that just because you can say something, that the thing wouldn't exist simply because you can say it, right? And there are things that are abstract that don't have physical representations. That point still stands. Okay, gravity and time may be bad examples of that, but it still stands. Right? Well, let's not get too far, right? But the point still stands, okay? The point still stands, right? Because if I reduce it back to the same view on God, where does the conversation go? Yes. Because it's not necessary, right? All right, I'll put it like this, right? I already conceded that it's a bad argument because you could say you're measuring time on matter. You're also measuring gravity on matter. So to your argument, that is referencing something physical. But my argument, linguistically, time and gravity are abstract. They're not physical properties on their own. Okay? Does that make sense? Because it's not the greatest example of what we're trying to get to here. Right? That's why. Alright, so Mega, right? Let's not play this game. We've already established earlier in the conversation that there are abstract things that do not have physical representation. God being one of those, ghosts being one of those, wraiths being one of those, okay? So let's not play this game. You're not in a space where you can override all of that. We're in a space where I was trying to give you more clarity. That's the reality of where we are in the conversation. Okay. Physical. Oh yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair to say. No. It still doesn't cover your God. What do you mean? No, bro, it's not the proof, right? If you think you can pull off some type of Hegel trick here, good luck to you, right? But it's not a proof, right? Your initial, right? So if we rewind to the beginning, your initial claim, right, is can you imagine a tree? Yeah, the tree points to something physical. Okay, can you imagine a plane? The plane points to something physical. Right? We went through all of that, and those things pertain to ideas, constructs about physical things, or pointers to physical things. And my argument was, yes, it is true that there are physical things that we point to with language, but there are also things that only exist in the mental realm, which are considered metaphysical. Do you concede to that or no? Yes or no? Do you concede to it, yes or no? Right, so there are things that only exist in the mental realm, which would be considered metaphysical, or things that exist beyond the physical world, which would also be considered metaphysical. Okay? Do you agree to that or not? Don't change the question. You are. God is a metaphysical concept. Does that provide clarity for you? Idealism is a metaphysical concept. Okay. Well, all right. I think you're just playing a confusion game here. Is this your strategy? All right. Well, yes, we can't both be precise all the time. No, I will take some of the same blame as well, right? I'm not precise in everything I'm saying, but I know at certain junctions in this conversation, or junctures, that's how you say it, that we've touched on clear points about what is physical and what is not physical, and you've agreed, and we've moved beyond that. And then we got to a point where you explained the rest of your argument, but it was really an opinion, not a matter of fact about the world. All of that is available to listen back to. But what happened is we went into a space after I said to you, maybe you should look into tag, or maybe you should look into materialism and give up the idea of there being some God, right? You started asking for more clarity, and we circled back around into a very stupid argument. But the reality, the substance of the conversation had already played out. Okay. Well, unless you got something to add, go for it then. Not exactly, no. Yeah, maybe. All right, we'll get clarity on the word itself. I'll show you the definition. All right, so metaphysical, relating to metaphysics, okay, of or characteristic of this metaphysical. That's not a good definition, right? The branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, identity, time, and space. That is metaphysics. I will hold on. I'm not quite sure where it saves to. There we go. Yes, it's on the Culture Crack channel, YouTube channel. Yes. Hey, maybe we both might feel something, but the point is to move forward. Read what it says underneath. What are you trying to say here, right? If God is a metaphysical concept, right, where is the pointer? Yeah, where is the pointer? So look right underneath it. Abstract theory with no basis in reality. That's just part of it, right? That's not all metaphysics. That's a branch of it. So the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, identity, time and space, right? Being would be ontology. Knowing would be epistemology, right? Identifying time and space. Well, time and space might be something to do with philosophy of science, perhaps. But metaphysics itself, as you can see right underneath, abstract theory with no basis in reality. Okay, but yes, you could talk about time and space too, right? No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily, right? I don't know why. I don't know why you would lock onto that, considering that the whole branch of metaphysics disproves your whole view. So I don't know why you would latch on to time and space, considering the whole branch of metaphysics disproves your view. Okay. It's not relevant at this point. Because I've already told you, right? Because at this point we've already walked through it like in various different ways, right? Your view is that everything points back to something physical, okay? But the whole branch of metaphysics deals in things that aren't necessarily physical. So they're abstract. Okay? So they're abstract. They're a part of the branch of metaphysics, depending on who's speaking about it. But there are other things too, like knowing and being. Obviously. Okay? So every part of language that we use is abstract. We've been through this. Do the words themselves have meaning? Do they generate meaning on their own? Or do we assign it? Do the words themselves generate meaning? Yes, on their own. No, not necessarily. Meaning is also a word, but it's us who assign meaning to words, right? And because a word means something to me doesn't automatically mean it means something to you. We have to agree upon a meaning to a word for it to have any relevance or bearing on reality or description of reality. But the words themselves are also abstract. They don't exist as physical things. We went through this various different times in a conversation with different examples. You can't have a round two when you've already lost the argument in the beginning. There is no round two to be had. You lost the argument earlier. You're expressing your opinions. Well, if you're gonna say round two, then you're implying that there is some type of formal combat. Am I correct to assume this? Am I correct to assume this? All right. But if we rewind the tapes, we'll see we got to a point where you already conceded. So you would have already lost in round one. There's no round two. You got knocked out. Sure, go for it. Well, I wouldn't have either, but you decided to ask for God specifically to be removed from the context of the conversation so you could continue. So don't cope, bro. Bro, bro. You can't do that. Like, you can't even do that, right? Right, for one, right? Psychologically, you don't even have access. No, you don't even have access to the entirety of the English lexicon. No. You don't have access to the entirety of the English lexicon to be able to make a statement like that. Okay, so you're BSing. Right? No, you realize what you did. You realize what you just did. You're gonna prove every word except from God points back to something physical. Right? You cannot do this. Right, sure. You should have listened to me, because I'm not going to say it again. No, it wasn't until you suggested it was. It wasn't until you suggested it was. All right. Remember, there was a certain point in an argument where I was like, oh, this may be getting somewhere in terms of us understanding each other. Here, let me offer up some ideas to still man your point of view. Right? Then the conversation, Then we got to a place in the conversation or the dialogue, right, where you suggested you were looking for clarity, and it turned into something like, oh, I have something that I can latch onto. Now I think I can actually have an argument, right? So that's when you announced round two. Okay, so yes. I would like to drink some water too, right? I would like to drink some water too, okay? Not necessarily, right? I think all things entail some type of game, so not necessarily, no. I'm here to stream. To stream. I'm here to stream. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to stream. Yes. No, there's nothing to win. Remember what it says. It says change my mind. There's nothing to win. Well, there's nothing else to say at this point. Like, I was assuming that you was going to be able to demonstrate that all the words in the English lexicon point back to something physical except for the word God. So I should be the one listening at this point. So please. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm in agreement. Yes. I'm in agreement. Yes. Now continue to the entirety of the English language and show us that there is nothing that is abstract and all things are physical. Right? All you're doing is pointing to some parts of the Oxford definition of metaphysics. That's what you're currently doing, right? And you're correct in your assumptions or what you presented. I'm not in disagreement with that. No. What you said so far is not incorrect. Hey, look. Right, yes, I would agree, right? But that is also consistent. That is also consistent with my view that words themselves do not generate meaning. That we assign meaning to words. Right? That's consistent with my view, so I have no beef with that. Yeah, there is no problem with that. But yes, you made a specific claim. So continue. This is going to take a long time because there's a lot of words in the English lexicon. Not necessarily, right? I can remain agnostic to those things, but in terms of the argument you've given, they are consistent at this point. Yes. Okay. Yes, continue, right? How about starting with God? Do you know the point of all of this? Why would it matter? No, but continue, right? That's fine. Alright, so with due respect, with due respect, what you're saying is a very interesting claim, and it would even be interesting if you really did do a PhD on it and show that every word that we know, just use our language or English for ease, right? It would really be interesting to know if that is a matter of fact, and if the etymology of each word does in fact point to something that is always physical and never abstract. I would love to know that. Yeah. Yes, but you're avoiding the burden that you assumed by claiming that all words point to something physical, right? You've not even exhausted half of the words that you could possibly approach, right? You've only picked words inside of the definition of metaphysics, okay? But one but the one word that I offer up to you, you conveniently exclude. Yes. No, this is the only example that I've provided to you. Now, just because I may not be capable or conceptually equipped to provide you with other examples, it doesn't mean that there aren't other examples, right? But this is just the one that I've provided to you. Okay. But yes, please continue. But the burden of proof isn't on me; it's on you. You made the claim. I don't know, right? It depends. I'm open to knowing some things. Look, I'm interested in knowing things, right? Whether it's truth or not, I can't say. I'd be agnostic to whether there is an ultimate truth. No, I'm saying to you, I would be agnostic to whether one could even say there is an ultimate truth. Right? So to be in search of it is not something that I would say I'm doing. Okay? Maybe like in passing, because like I said, I'd be agnostic to whether there is such a thing as ultimate truth. Yeah, I'm interested in knowing things. No, it's not that I'm not interested in knowing this thing. It's that I can't say for sure if it is a thing. It's something that you've claimed, right? There you go. So I'm interested in knowing things. But in terms of we're both searching for absolute truth, no, I cannot say I'm searching for absolute truth. I'm just trying to know things. Okay. That's a claim, bro. I don't know, right? Like, if it's even supportable. Oh, well, your whole argument is linguistic. It's a semantic argument. I'm interested in knowing things. I never said everything. Like, one man can never know everything. I said things, knowing things. I would be agnostic to whether there is such a thing as ultimate truth. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with what I've said? Well, yes, if you make the claim that all words point back to something physical, except this one idea I just so happened to offer up to you during this conversation, then yes, the burden is on you because you made that claim. Because you couldn't do that, with all due respect. You could use AI, bro. You could just use AI and make it scrape the whole English dictionary. Right. Look, just use the tools at your disposal. Right, one Google, one Claude, one ChatGPT away. It can go through the entirety of the English lexicon faster than me, you could in probably 1,000 years. Okay, so just do it and just figure out. Just get them to tell you. Just get them to tell you. So you don't care about truth now. You care about process. Well, you just said you're not interested, essentially, in figuring out if it's true. Oh, sorry, maybe I misheard you. Go ahead. We are. No, but we are. This whole back and forth has been collaborative, right? No. What is that? That's entirely a cope, right? If you made a claim and you're willing to walk the claim back, we can just move on. Like amicable, we can be amicable about it and just say, yeah, like it was a bit of an extreme claim. There are various points in this conversation, I've walked back claims I've made with no problem. Okay, so it's up to you. Look, with all due respect, with all due respect, that I find that to be faulty reasoning, right? Because I could say, well, it's my theory that there is a block of cheese on the moon, and until that block of cheese is disproven, I will hold it to be true, right? There's a problem with that kind of reasoning. Okay? So you could just say, if you want, I don't know if all words lead back to something physical, but this is the inclination I have. That's fine. So you Googled it. Alright, so what does Google say? Are all words pointing to something physical or not? I don't care what you want to use, right? It's up to you. If this is a question, no, I don't care what methodology you use. I just offered up a solution to your problem. I just offered up a solution to your problem of trying to figure out if all words point to something physical or not. That was just a helping hand. Put it in Google, put it in AI, do whatever you want. I don't mind. It's up to you. Sorry, Twitch. Yeah, sure, if you want. I don't think it's necessary to get into that. I think that's a distraction from what we're actually talking about. Oh, I thought he was going to search into AI whether all words point to something physical or not. Not necessarily, but I would like to hear the reasoning on how you work it out. Whoa, yeah, sure. I like you, bro. You're a funny guy, man. Like, yes. Yes, this is true, but the question was... No, the question was whether you can access the entirety of the English lexicon and define whether, or determine whether all of the words point to something physical. That is the question. Now, whatever tools you have at your disposal, you should probably use them. So, what did the AI tell you? Say all words. Words. Use the word words. Yeah, Bristol here, Mars. We're talking about the same thing, right? So we've gone through a lot of loopholes to arrive at this point in which, you know, hopefully. Oh yeah, not loopholes, but yeah. We've jumped through a lot of rings of fire to get here. But yes, let's see what the AI has to say. Yeah, sure, why not? So wait, quickly, just to like add to Stillman to your point, right? A lot of the things you just named in the abstract can, in some way, be referenced to something physical. So as a Stillman, I would also put that in there. But continue. So when you was naming like justice and beauty, these things, right? Although the word itself, the word itself is abstract, they can still reference to something physical. But continue. Yes, in a sense, of course. This is consistent with my view anyway. Say again, sorry? No, not necessarily. Red is something that's a frequency. It's a light frequency. Our photons physical. That's what they are. They are a frequency of light. But are photons physical? I'm asking you. I mean, I can double check, right? I'm not certain myself. Could be wrong. Well, it has 0 rest mass, so it's not really clear on that. So yes, photons are real physical entities. So yes, photons are also physical then. So yes. Wait, so that's what it says here. I like the way you typed haha in the chat. Alright, hold on. So can you say what you said again? I think it's just connecting words. I'm not quite sure the context. I'm a little bit distracted. One sec. Okay. So the final answer is a no then. So the final answer is to the question, do all words, English words, point to something physical? The answer is no. Are we clear on that or not? I'm not sure, but I gave it a type myself in Gemini. Well, you can read it and tell me if the prompt suffices for you. So we got some clarity on the conversation. I mean, I don't need to go into such great detail, but I think the point I made initially, it stands. Not all words point to something physical. it's a screenshot. But if you want to type something, I can copy and paste it for you. Well, yeah, of course. If you want to engineer an answer out of AI, of course you can. That's like one of the reasons to use AI. But if you just want to keep it very surface and like, you know, precise, I think you've got your answer. But well, precise. All right, so let's do this then, right? You give me the question you want in the chat, and I'll put it into the prompt. You can't. How is it possible? It's like we're like using two different computers. It's not possible. Obviously not. Oh, do you mean like if I like share it to you, like is that even necessary? Right, so what you could do is just put the prompt you want in the chat and I will copy and paste it and I will record it. Man, you go have a long conversation with AI in your own time then. Ain't nobody sitting around for that. What do you mean? Right, so let's say would you be happy with a let me see. I'll do it like this. I will specifically ask AI to cite sources and be precise. So I will ask wait. No, look. Well, it would make more sense to use sources, bro. We'll go have the conversation with AI. It's not really constructive, I think, here. What's the point? That makes me feel that you had to engineer the answer you want out of it. That's what it makes me feel. Right. All right, so why don't you walk me through and the rest of us what kind of prompts you would be asking the chatbot to get you to the answer that you want. Say it again, please. Say it slow. No, you can omit them if you want to, but they are still words in the English language. Connecting words would exist in not in every language, but in most languages. So they are also words. But yeah, but to be able to actually speak or read or write, so. No, but think about it. Yeah, but that's what I was just about to say, right? If you were to just like have a sentence with just verb, or noun, right? It probably wouldn't make sense. It'd be gibberish. It'd probably be gibberish. So the connecting words are necessary. Like even like a prefix and a suffix of one word are necessary, but they're still two different words you're connecting together. So you'd be. The thing I'm trying to point out is you'd be arguing with a chatbot about semantics, but how is it beneficial to the substance of the conversation? Not necessarily. I would be very willing to even participate in that kind of study, or I would like to see how it plays out if you're serious about it. But if it's just for the sake of argument, I would say like your arm's been slammed already, but you're looking for an extra level. But it's up to you what you want to do. In terms of the question, all right, do all words point back to something physical? The most succinct answer is no. Right? on the surface, in terms of the format that we're using right now, that is the simplest answer. But if you was to go into greater detail, then it would be worthy of serious investigation. And then at that point, I'd be willing to see what you find and whether it lines up with your worldview. That's fine. Right? I wouldn't argue against that. That's a respectable cause if you care that much to do it. it's like I would stop you. So it's not like I would stop you. It's like, that doesn't benefit me in any way. It wouldn't benefit me in any way to stop you. So why would I get away with that? Well, yes, if it turns out to be true, then I think it would be a valuable piece of knowledge. But what I could actually do with that, I don't know. I don't know yet. But yeah, like what I could do, I don't know. But if it turns out to be the case that all words point to something physical, then that might be a building block for something else. Say again? If you'd like to assume it to get to a larger point, then do. No, because I've already like decided, well, not decided, but I've already made it quite clear that there are abstract things and there are concrete things. Yeah, so for the sake of like like seeing where it goes, then yeah, like by all means continue. We don't agree, so be careful with what you're saying, right? Be careful with what you're saying. No. Be careful with what you're saying. We don't agree, but hypothetically, continue. You're playing out a hypothetical scenario. So right, so it's not necessary. Just say it. Say it as if there was no set. What is the conclusion? Because you know I don't agree. So let's not be foolish here. Just explain the hypothetical. Well, look, man. Oh my god. Okay, alright, so I'm glad you've managed to at least come to that concession, right? Because prior to me explaining that the word God isn't physical, you didn't think that, okay? So at least there's some progress being made. So that's good, I guess. So yeah, like, great news. But as so far as actually going out and doing the work now, it's up to you if you're actually going to do that. Or maybe you're just going to refine your arguments. So probably the latter makes more sense. I said, as for doing the work, as for going and doing the work now, right? That is what I said. Right, so I was making light of the situation, the fact that I had to point out God was metaphysical, and that you had to admit God from your argument is what brought you to the conclusion. That every word except God points to something physical, because prior to that was not your argument, okay? But we've made progress God is not physical, in simpler terms. He's not physical, right? Let me refine it. Let's refine it. God is not physical. Right? Right, cool. Right. So anyways, no, don't get hurt now, like it's too late. We're at the end, right? We're at the end now. Alright, so glad that you're at least able to concede that God is one of those things that doesn't point to something physical. At the minimums, that's progress. But in terms of your other claim about all words and well, just to say English for the sake of the discussion, point to something physical, that's where the real work should begin on your behalf, right? If you care to that extent. But as it stands, you can at least demonstrate that there is one word that doesn't point to something physical. So it's possible that there are more words which are also abstract and not concrete. Yeah. Sound like examples I gave you. Anyways, look, Omega, it's been fun, bro. Like, you're more than welcome anytime you want, right? Seriously, right? I appreciate you, bro. It's been a roller coaster of a conversation. but yeah, it was nice speaking to you, man. I'm not even gonna offer up any advice. Just enjoy your life, bro. Enjoy your life. I'll see you later, bro. Thanks for coming on. Sorry for cutting you. I was amended the whole stream. But yes, if you're still listening, you could always go watch back your favorite highlights from this stream on the Culture Crack channel if you'd like, right? But I mean, if you're gonna clip, at least give the context of the whole conversation and some credit. I like to be tagged as well. But anyways, I'll see you later. In 5 years, safe. I might not be around in 5 years, so hopefully you figure it out. Anyways, later.